Well, good morning and TGIF, eh? The 15th of May, 2026, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Do you know where your kids are? that used to be a thing on TV years ago. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that I don't multitask well, and by capturing everything on these monitors for my charting and my book map, I have all of the video portion captured, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So I don't have to be focused on screen, snapping and typing in a journal and all those things that are so important for journaling. This provides complete, in addition to the journal, it provides complete accountability and transparency because no trades are taken on this off of the stream at all. Now I'm going to have to start dealing with that. Perhaps I'm thinking about maybe looking at the ETH hours a little bit for trading, so that might be a separate stream. But anyway, the commitment is no trades taken on these accounts off of the stream for complete transparency and accountability. Now, having said that, also, the purpose of this stream is not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to provide that. There's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. Yes, you can lose more money than you put on futures, and this is a futures focus only. No indices, equities, or FX or anything else. So that is that. Now, having said the disclaimer, there is also the other side of the coin, and that is that I trade only live and everything is traded on the stream. So as I meant, and I only trade vetted setups, not just, whipping and spurring, gunslinging, discretionary stuff. So when I'm anticipating a vetted trade to set up and give me a trigger, I'm narrating that, and when the trigger fires, I enter the trade, and then I manage the trade, and so far, so and so. That's how it goes. So it's completely transparent. Now, let's get on to the next thing, which is the reports for the day, and it's a pretty light report day. This is investing.com. Trump's on his way back from China, so that crowd is, thank goodness, been off the airways for a while, and it's been kind of quiet. This is investing.com. They focus on traditional economic numbers and reports, not somebody's going to sign something, somebody's going to have a press conference. That stuff won't be pulled into this calendar, which I appreciate. Also, it's worth saying you can filter this for anything that you want, any place that you want to be from, and any kind of reports that you wish to see. Notice that the event title for all of these changes to a URL when you hover over with your mouse. So you can, if you don't know what industrial production is year over year, you can click that and go find out, right? It'll take you to the most recent reports, etc., releases, etc. And so I like that very much. Also, we have earnings. We are in earnings season, but there's no earnings out today that are meaningful, so I'm not even going to bother with that one. We've got industrial production, as I said, is out in 11 minutes. 8:45, in other words. And we already had Empire State out at 7:30. Really not much action. We got a big sell-off going on today, and that seems to be what they're focused on. Here we have financial juice, the other side of my news world. This is the calendar. And you'll notice that this kind of thing is pulled into the calendar in investing, financial juice. And I appreciate that. No political statement, but it's a fact that In today's environment, our primary job as traders is to preserve our account. The first fundamental way that you preserve your account is risk management. If you do not know about a potential risk, you can't manage for it. So I really appreciate when they pull these kinds of things, which, these kinds of events or speeches or numbers or whatever you want to call it, into the calendar, because not from any political statement, but I want to know about potential risk to the auction. So I appreciate that. And here we have the Squawk Box side of this system. Financial Juice, also free, also filtered for wherever you want. I keep them both free for a reason. It's obnoxious with all these reports, these ads. I give it up for that. But I want to have the resources I use available to anybody that comes through the stream without having to pay for something. There's nothing I can do about Bookmap or IRT. Those are subscription, or you pay for the license, and there you go. But I want to try to make it as accessible as possible. So let's get on to the pre-market here. Well, I guess there shouldn't be any question for you as to what's going on in the pre-market. Here is the opening print for the ETH session at 1700 last night. And here we are today, right now. There is the full overnight, basically sell the rips, and it's straight down 29 from 25.25 to 24.29, nearly about 100 points. 100 points in the MES sell-off overnight. So obviously we're going to be having a gap and range, both a range gap and a gap, which this is something I'm just getting used to here. The true definition of a gap, according to the data and people, is the previous close to the previous open, wherever that will be. The range outside or inside of range is from the previous high or low to the open. So I've got range high, gap high. There we go. I'm going to try to correct my terminology. This is in IRT, which is Investor RT. My charting setup. So here is yesterday's RTH open. Boom. Well, we are 100% plus short inventory all night until this point. What do I expect? On the open, I would expect a little bit of responsive buying to take profit. It's Friday. It's OPEX. Huge sell-off. Which makes sense to me, finally. I'm actually refreshed to see that. But would you want to be short inventory, major short inventory going into a weekend with unknown geopolitical stuff going to, potential to hit over the weekend? I wouldn't either. So I would expect some responsive buying to take profit at the open. And then I would be looking for this sell-off to continue because I think it's overdue. So this on all of IRT, you can, hey Richard, what's up? Good morning. How are you doing? You can see in the header of all these IRT charts or windows, there is the chart name, or meaningless to anybody, but there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always see and know exactly what you're looking at. This is my micro composite column, which is the micro ES NQ and the micro ES high time frame. I do not change the market profile chart from mini to micro. I just leave it on minis because it seems to not matter much. And this is the mini profile, or mini charts here, window or tab or whatever you want to call it. Back to the micros. So this is the higher time frame, and let's look at that. Here we are right at the bottom of this thing, right? And what a sell-off overnight. 100 points, essentially. Now we bounced a little bit, but anyway. Again, the micro composite chart is the MES daily chart, daily session. So each one of these candles is an RTH session, full RTH session. Wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile around them. That gives us a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines. They're just the high and the low volume nodes for this market, this most current micro composite volume profile. And these high and low volume node values push to bookmap. So do the session prices push to bookmap. What are we doing for volume here? Wow, 167% relative volume for this time of day. What does that tell you? Out the window. You know, out the window we go. Everybody out. Wow. These guys are incredible. All right, so let's jump over here. Yeah, we're red across the board. What a surprise. Let's jump over here and have a look at bookmap. Now, starting from the right column, all-time highs up here. Well, that's finally they got rid of that, or they got over that one for the day. Let's see how the day turns out. This is just the ETH, of course. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values. Gap high, range high, naked volume points of control, etc. MCVPOC. Here's the current one up here, and we're just banging our head on the one from the 13th down here. These are the high and low volume nodes. And this is the full session volume profile, which is not the ETH, it's the Globex. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. So it's the Globex, the full session. This is delta and volume profile for the RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise. I've been having some drama with that, but let's see. This is my statistics column, which is real important to me, and I hope anyone else, I believe it should be. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from bookmap, or from IRT to bookmap, and which I start pushing or publishing at 1700 on Sunday evening and through 1600 on Friday. And if these values would be helpful to you, I'm happy to share them free. No problem at all. Just let me know in the chat and I'll hook you up. It's a CSV file from Google. I push up to Google Sheets, so it's all, transparent and clear and no skullduggery worries, viruses or any of that crap, because it's coming down from Google Sheets. You can either use it in the Cloud Notes column here, or you can use it on these line indicators or your software of choice, however you choose to use it. Or if nothing else, like Ned just has it running on a CSV file in Excel. So that's how he does it. This is the book. I don't have a dome on my charts anymore, on my bookmap anymore, because it was taking up a lot of room. And the primary columns within the dome that are important are the book, which is resting liquidity, i.e. limit orders, not trades, and the price. So here I have it. Now, notice on the heat map chart of bookmap and the IRT charts, there is no indicators or a bunch of lines and goofy stuff going on. There is just a few. I believe in keeping it simple because that's how I think. And I'm, an old guy from Montana here. It's the way I got to do it. I have a POC for the full session and which is kind of a muted yellow. You see that, and a POC for the RTH. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Morning, Antonio. Bon dia to Domain. Got 23C over here already. It was up to 31 yesterday afternoon. So here we go. So this is the POC is only the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. In other words, 3,169 contracts have traded so far at 38.25. The minute one of these other prices trades one contract more, that's where the POC will go. No problem. The yellow line just lets me and whoever is watching this know the history of where this has moved. I have a VWAP for the Globax and a VWAP for the RTH, and I have a mid for the RTH, in other words, the middle of the session. A level that sometimes confuses folks is the initial balance high and low, represented by these green lines. Because of the naming, I guess. But what these two values only represent is nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that is exactly it. Nothing else. So let's look at the statistics column and go from there. Obviously, we're going to be lower out of range because the close is up here. Now, there's two ways. There's only two criteria used to determine the statistical open type. Here's where we're going to open. Let's assume we open right here, right now. How does that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the previous RTH close. So we are one hell of a gap down. How would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the previous RTH low is right there. So we are lower out of range. I change the column title every day because I'm, selfish, and I want to be able to just look at that column title on any screen snap of the day or the chart or the stream and know exactly what the opening relationship was for statistics. Now I'm going to delete the statistics from yesterday, and we'll go get the ones for today. And those come from the IRT stats chart right here. Let's update this beauty. 4 open types. We're going to be lower out of range. We're going to be way over here. Real simple. This chart, like everything else I do, it looks back at the most recent 1,739 days. Of those total trading days, we opened lower out of range 260 of them. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 73.1 times. Overnight volume point of control 73.1. And that is just as, well, if you get it on the right level, it'll work, Alice. Okay, here we go. Let's try that again. That's as complicated as it gets. But these levels are very important, 73% of the time out of 1,750 days, basically, we revisited this level when we opened lower out of range. It's a probability. It's not a hard, fast line in the sand, it is a probability. Next is overnight low at 71.2, and I'm just going to go down the list over there on that report. There you go. And the IB high, 68.1. Well, isn't that interesting? 68.1. And we better put in IB high because the minute the price opens on the RTH session, this flag is going to jump down here above price. And I'm not going to know what's up here. And I'm going to be going, what the hell was that? So we have the previous low at 66.9, and that's right there. And we have the IB low at 59.6, and that's this level right here. Well, I'm going to put it just a little bit above there. 0.6, and that's the IB low. Same story, same logic. I'll do that for the previous POC also. Previous close is 41.2. Now, notice that these things are jumping all over the place, right? obviously price is down here. If we open down here, we're going to get to 66.9, which is the previous low, before we get to the IB high. Well, these are not hard, fast lines in the sand. They are just probabilities based on a historical look back of 1,733, 39 most recent trading days from yesterday back. Okay. Is it 20 yet? Oh, it's 20 now. I wanted to do something else. Previous close, got that one. Due to POC is 28.8. Ooh, looky there. Now, this is a little bit confusing again because there's the POC and up here's the POC. 28.8. Now, okay. Now, let's do the world famous TLab snap, which I try to do every day at about 8:20. And you will, Richard and Antonio know, but if you don't know or you're new to the stream or whatever and you want to know what the hell is a TLab, it is, and this is exactly why I stream and don't multitask, because you see how well I am at doing more than one thing at a time, or how well I do more than one thing at a time. Okie dokie. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B, whatever that stands for. Who cares or knows? Who's got like 48 years experience trading, started out as a money manager professionally, and shared an office with Wells Wilder, I think, or has some crazy stories. Anyway, a lot of history, and has lived in Chicago a lot of it, I think all of his life, or most of it. So, in the epicenter of the trading world. He trades his own account. Now, it is a bookmap Discord chat room, which he leads. It is not a trade calling room, nor is there live trading. But there's a lot of good advice and a lot of good people, and I was quite active in there. And then I took Tom's advice essentially to start this stream, to focus on my market and narrating the market that I'm watching, rather than yucking it up in a Discord room. So that's why I'm doing this. But every day I post the numbers reports in there about somewhere around 6 in the morning. And then I post this snap every day at about 8:20, just to give any folks in there that don't have the same kind of charting access to all the numbers they may want. So, and a kind of a tip of my hat, or, respectful nod to Tom and the group. So there you go. That's it. TLab, be there, be square. So let's get back to the business at hand here. There's today. We're going to open here in about 7 minutes, and let's see if we get that responsive buying to take some profit, or this route continues. Here's yesterday. Here we are today. Right now. Big gap down. Just above the MCVPOC, we've had stupidness reign supreme all the way up here. Gap jump, up, gap jump. And in my opinion, it's been pretty much irrational exuberance, because the economy is not very good. Unemployment's up. Inflation is just about doubled. We got a war that who knows how that's going to get over with. Now I see that Trump is insisting on making Venezuela the 51st state of America. And now, just think for a second. All these people, and Trump and the MAGA people, and all this confusion and this BS about immigration and exporting immigrants. Can you imagine if suddenly, I don't know how many million people there are in Venezuela, but suddenly they would all be Americans? State means they're Americans, means they can travel and come and go and work and do whatever they want to do. I would imagine that MAGA is probably those folks are probably choking and puking on the idea. And I can't imagine Venezuela thinking it was a good idea either. But then that's the same thing he tried to pull with on Canada. So, you know, who knows? It's just probably crazy rhetoric or something he has fun with. And good for him. I bet it would be a lot of fun to do that stuff. But if that's serious, that's pretty crazy. I don't know how many million people there are in Venezuela, but wow. So yeah, there we are. Now let's get on to the job at hand here. It's probably, and I'm sure you would agree, a good idea to be able to trade with Bookmap. And the way you do that is first you must activate the trade control panel with this padlock button. And then you need to, and of course, be sure you're on the right instrument. Select a method you will use to trade, or in this case now, this is the updated one. Select an account. And this is now what I'm trading at this period, which I've talked about starting in the week. In an effort to de-risk my live account, because I was getting nowhere with, it was like death by 1,000 cuts with the vetted IB trade, I've realized that there's been some substantial changes in the prop world. And so this is a Lucid account, and I'm going to show you how they're copy trades to 5 others. And I'll explain that whole thing in a second. So that's that. There's the account. We can close this button now because we've selected that already. This is hot. There's no DOM columns to worry about. I have all of my metrics up here, and I have close, cancel, and close. Now, let's get over to this part of life. Statistics. I want all the statistics going to the correct journal. I am not going to be using multi-brackets now because I'm working on a hedge system, which I'll explain. And I'm going to do the multi-bracket thing, which I will select Lucid. And what will happen is when I make a trade here on Bookmap, it will automatically copy exactly that to those 4 other Lucid accounts. I'm sure you guys know about that. But I'll explain the reason for my thinking and how it's de-risking here after we get the open underway, and we got that in 2 minutes. So let's do that. I have to also do one other thing because I've got the hedge all set up and ready to go over here. So I've got to also quickly, set this one up. Bear with me, sorry. Okay, there we go. Now, all right, so we're going to open in a couple of minutes, and that's a pretty cool thing. A big sell-off. That's encouraging to me because I was just shaking my head previously with all this, euphoria in the market. We can trade. We've got the copy trade on. I'm not using Execution Pro. I don't want it to trail, and I'm not using the multi-brackets because I don't want to do that. So another thing that I need to do here now is I need to set up the values because I'm not using multi-brackets, so the trade control panel will have effect. Okay, so that's the brackets for the micros. And now I've got to set up, forgot to do that when I was over here. Busy talking and not thinking. Caution, engage mouth, engage brain before starting mouth, right? All right. Okay, 2 minutes or a minute, I'll be right back. Okay, where the hell are we? A little bit of a pop coming up. We're heading into the open in a couple of seconds, and there we go. And no reset, so I'll do this, and it's not working. Why not? Well, that's kind of annoying. That's annoying. Why the hell is this going on here? There we go. I'm thinking I'm going. The reason I have these Nasdaq and micro and mini is I want to capture the data for them to analyze this hedge concept over there. So that's the point. And what's happened here now? IRT is having a stroke or what? Okay, there's our open's going to be right in here someplace. There's the gap low from the 13th, the range low from today, and the gap low, gap high, range high, and gap high from today. I got to get used to that nomenclature. Sorry about that. So let me get going over here on IRT and get myself straightened around to the RTH sessions only. Here's our gap down. Here's today. Boom. That we're on RTH now. RTH now. This is the there's, oh, come on. There's yesterday's RTH session. Here we are today. This guy's over here and doesn't want to play nice. I can see that right now. Screw you. This thing gets these lags going on, and it doesn't want to do anything very nice. Let's get to this tab and get. The reason I go through this drama every flipping day is this maintains the relationship between the session prices, which folks who use them have come to expect, and me too, for that matter. I want to have developing value area high, the proper relationship to the value area high, stuff like that. So I don't need to explain it, I don't think. But yeah, so there we go. Save. Let's get away from there. Okay. Yesterday, today, straight down. No responsive buying at this point. And Bookmap's not doing anything. What's going on here? Hardly making any move. Only selling. Okay. Let's widen this thing out a little bit and get, that's the problem. Okay. Let's get out to 5 minutes. There we are. And let's get Blue Boy on the job here, shall we? I'm pretty sure that having these NQs on there is going to be an issue, but you never know. There's our open. And that's pretty much exactly okie dokie. And down we go. So, shows you what I know about risk, about this needs to come up a little bit because that didn't change. What was here? Overnight volume point of control, I would imagine. Yeah. You see how I knew that? There we were, and we jumped up there just before the open. Okay. You know what I didn't see go by in the statistics was the overnight mid, which is typically a real common. It's usually the highest or second highest. What's going on here? I just happen to think about that. So let's see if IRT picked it up. Yeah, All right, here is the, yeah, there's the overnight mid, 67.0. Where the hell is it? That's the next question. But it's highlighted the correct open type and whatever else. All right. Oh, yeah, you are showing. I was showing it. I suppose the overnight mid is way up above us somewhere because it would be the mid. Yeah, right there, 67.0. Okay. Boop. There we go. I feel better now. And this was right there. And you see the IB high or low was up above there. All right. You know, my crap figured out here. So we've put in the IB high. First so far, right here. Which I suppose will be important with the statistics setup that I'm using now. The relation, there's quite an interesting correlation between the initial balance high and the initial balance low. Which one was put in first? And there's a high probability that the opposite side will be the one that's taken out for the initial balance statistic. I'll show you those. I'll show you those things in a second here. That's those statistics. Let's see. Turn on the music so we can be rocking. You can't be a rocking if you don't have the rocking material up. Can there be? Industrial production is bad. What's new? Venezuela, the 51st state. Jesus. Okay. That's one I hadn't anticipated that. You know, I bet neither had any Venezuelan on the planet. I don't know. I know a bunch of Venezuelans because I worked in the oil related business and a lot of Venezuelan people got out ahead of Chavez. There was a good business there and a good education system around, you know, for geoscientists and stuff like that. So I've known a bunch of Venezuelans in the business. I don't know how they would feel about it, but I'm pretty sure they're pretty nationalist. They have a lot of national pride. And what I experienced recently was that they were over the moon excited that Venezuela may soon come back to being normal the way they knew it, and they could repatriate back there. But I don't know now. No, I certainly don't. Well, so much for Uncle Boomer's responsive buying, huh? Look at that. Down we go. Now, a quick word about this de-risking idea here. So I was pleased to learn huge development, or, you know, what I consider to be progress with these prop outfits. For example, these Lucid accounts I got, you pay one time. There's no subscription. So your risk for that entire account and the entire drawdown or whatever you've got associated with it for risk is a one-time thing. So for the price of one stop on the mini, for less than the price of one stop trading my live account over here, my AMP account, which went somewhere right there, which is what I had been trading for the last, say, 6 months or so. I have 5 accounts which have a modest profit target, $1,200, after which you can start taking payouts. And there's no daily loss limit, and it's end of day drawdown. you know, I'm going, wow, boy, did this thing change since I started looking at it back in the day. So it was a no-brainer to de-risk. I have no additional costs, and you know, it's essentially the same. It's essentially cheaper than a potential one-stop. So that's the quickest way I could think of to de-risk, maintain my trading strategy, and continue on with the payout potentials. Obviously, it's not making money in my own account, which is immediate. I can do what I want, no rules or anything. But on the other hand, pretty normal rules. You can hold, once you're live, you can hold overnight. There's no news, not that I trade the news, but there's no news restrictions. So I was pretty amazed. So essentially then I'm in this environment now, and it's because I want to make sure that these new strategies are working with the minimum de-risk. And once you're at 2 micros, how are you going to de-risk from 2 micros and have any kind of a normal trading environment? So that's why I did this. Right or wrong is where we are. And let's see, the next order of business will be, we've got 31 quarter on the IB low. How low can you go? And the IB high is at whatever this is, 60.75, I guess, or 6,100, 61, 74.61s, I guess, is where we are. 60.75s, I guess. Now, let's take a quick zoom around the everybody else. Let's look at the bar trades here, see what that's doing. Well, obviously we got to get way down here to today. And then let's look at this guy over here, which is this is IRT. I'm sorry I didn't explain this to new folks. This is IRT. This is the environment where I develop and backtest and vet trading strategies. This is the IBEF, and this is that strategy. It will now be watching the live market over here, and it will, if a trade presents itself, it'll it will initiate that, but it's all contained with within the simulated environment of IRT, not as it is live real money on Bookmap. Because I don't know how this strategy is going to work out. I am not confident enough in my coding skills to take it to the next level of algorithmically live trading. And I'm perfectly comfortable with the setting up the strategies and back testing them, but that's a big difference. This is the original initial balance trade setup, and you'll see that it's got to do a couple things down here. Got to get rid of the fractal, get rid of the opening range. Okie dokie. What happened here? Why is the fractal on again? There we go. Opening range. Okay. So at 9:30, these fixed levels will materialize around the IB low and the IB high, and I can push these across to Bookmap, or at the moment I'm pushing this system, these values to Bookmap. So that's right over here. IB high 25, 50, and 20, and IB low 25. That represents these values, which are percentages of the initial balance as it stands today, as it stands now, and as it develops. So I think that ought to have everybody pretty much up to speed, I think. Let's look at this data stuff now. So the opening candle continuation is developing at this moment. And what that looks like on a chart is right here. So this is whatever it's called, Trading View. These are custom indicators from Edgeful, which If you have an account there, you have access to these. If you don't, I guess you could cook your own. But session, all I have on here is the sessions. So here's London, and here's the beginning of the U.S. This is the beginning of the IB, and this is the continuation candle, which is 30 minutes. What it does is it plots the high, which was a high and which was a low of the first 30 minutes. And in this case, so far, we've got a negative continuation candle, which means this is going to be a short bias, most likely. And that's, shouldn't be a big freaking surprise after the overnight. That will feed into the initial balance trades, which are, so right now, if we have a red continuation candle, let's look at the day. Let's go to the day by weekday. Let's go to Friday. So if we have a red continuation candle, the day has a 63.3464% probability of closing red, which is not a big surprise, but hey. And if it was a green, it's the other way around. So that's based on the bias. The next thing that I will take a look at from that will be the opening range. So here's the basic opening range stats, and let's look at them by weekday, because that's really important. So on Fridays, looking back 6 months on the MES, because it always I don't know how to make it remember this. Keep it exactly right. And I think 6 months might be a little bit long. Let's look more current, because we've got a lot of volatility. 90 days, there's a 90.1% probability that we're going to break out of the IB. Well, yeah, on a Friday. A 9% probability we will have a double break, and 0% probability that we won't have either one. The next step is to look at this by rejection. Now, this says if the IB high is formed first, which it has been, then there is a 66% probability that the IB low will be the one taken out, and a 33% that's the IB high. That makes common sense to me. Assuming that happens, there's some place in here that I want to look at when we have a bias. Right now the bias is neutral at this moment. When we have a bias, you don't want to go counter bias on the trade. Let's look at the retracement. So let's assume that you do have the IB low. Here's the breakdown. In other words, the IB low is taken out. There's an 80% probability that we'll retrace to 25%, 60% probability we'll retrace to 50%, and a 20, whatever it is, probability, 20% that we'll retrace to the 75. What does that mean? It means that here's the 25, 50, 75. So we break out the IB, 80% probability will retrace back to the 25. 50% probability will retrace back to the 50% or whatever that was, 50% level. So this is, in my opinion, ideal suggestions for entry, not the breakout, because you're going to break out the IB and then sit through 25 to 50% drawdown. Maybe it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then you can also look at the next couple of reports to pick your targets. So this is what I'm trying to do now, or what I am doing now, to remain data driven and vet my trades, but not spend all my time doing something I'm not very good at, which is coding stuff. These guys have got it coded up, and they're a lot faster what if situations than I can do. So there you have it. And this is not playing very nice. Let's go and see if this works. Now at 9, and we don't have much of a lag going on over here. That's pretty cool, I guess. All right. So let's get back over here. You see all of this crap, all these lines? This is where it's whatever it's called, aggregating because of data lags, and that's, I'm sure, a problem because I've got these, I'm pulling all this data down for the NASDAQs. I have to decide about that. I've got 2 days, I'll have 2 days now at the end of today, and this weekend I'll do some back testing on the hedge idea for the NASDAQs, and if so, then Merry Christmas. Okay, what did I forget to do, boys and girls? Something probably, I don't know what, but I guess if I don't know, I'm okay. Come on. No. Come on. There we go. Wait a minute. Is this right? Yeah, okay. I've discovered that if I restart IRT about the top of the hour, about 30 minutes in, then it shakes all that lag, gets its knickers out of a knot, and gets back to normal, kind of, I guess. So what I'm watching for now with the hedge thing, as we're watching this over here, is we have put in the IB high first. Bias needs to remain low, down, short, and we would expect to take the IB low. This is not any, this is common sense if you think about it, but it's supported by the data, and that's a big difference. This, is instead of whipping and spurring or discretionary ideas, is supported by data. So what I will do as we get around about 8:15 or something, so that it doesn't look like there's going to be any potential major change in the initial balance, I will anticipate the hedge trade in the direction of the statistic. And I'll tell you about that when you go behind, when you get into the paywall and put $1,000 into the, $1,000 a minute or whatever it is. One of the best cons, I don't know if it's a con, maybe completely true. One of the best ones I heard was this, and this guy's on one of the Bookmap Discord presenters. Pay him $1,000 a month for a year, and he will guarantee you will be a successful trader or your money back. But you must follow each and every instruction to the T that he says, or the refund is off the table. Well, okay, let's get 5 people and pay me $1,000 a month, and okay. Or 10, God. I don't know. It seems so obvious to me that it's just a typical internet guru bullshit, but I don't think Bookmap actually vets the people that they have there. I know of a couple that they've had that are no longer there. I will say that I've noticed, but I know them to be internet scam guys. Absolutely. So I don't understand if there's a vetting process. Bruce must not have one. I don't know. And that's, you know, saying nothing more than vet everything for yourself, which is that's the take-home message. Certainly with any YouTube stuff. And I think similarly, and I don't know now anymore. I have no idea. I don't spend any time in Bookmap Discord rooms or, you know, other than pop in and out of the TLab and do my posts and say hi and read some of that, but I don't go to any of the others, so I can't speak to them. But I do happen to know, because I saw it go by, that $12,000 a month guy. I mean, $1,000 a month guy. He's still a presenter there. Because I saw when I was looking at YouTube to get set up here for the thing, I saw the last presentation he had done yesterday. So, you know, live something or another with this guy. So that's still happening. And here we go. Is this the responsive buying? Maybe. They haven't closed the gap or done anything else. And if they take out the IB high before the initial balance sets, which as we know is 1 hour, that changes the continuation candle. No. That will be counter to the continuation candle, because the continuation data is for the first 30 minutes, which is going to be in a couple of minutes here. Wow, guys, this air quality here is mega crap, and my old eyes are feeling the strain, baby. So we're setting up for, got about 2 minutes, and then that candle will be in place. I think I'm not full of crap. Here's what I'm talking about. This is the best. I can do this on any place, you know, but here's their indicator, and it's so simple. I've never used TradingView before, but it's pretty snazzy. I know Antonio thinks it's great, and I see what you're talking about, my friend. Mono. And I've got this is the just basic $10 a month or some crap, so that I can have more than 2 indicators, because that's what you need, you know, or at least that's what I see. So, and I don't have any data purchased, or I just had to sign something that says I'm non-professional, and then I've got the basic data live. So there you go, CME stuff. Anyway, here's that continuation candle. So far it is closing, looking to close lower than the high, than it opened, which would mean red, means short. I don't like the way this is. Look at how, you see how this is choking to death on the data over here? That's bad news. Extremely bad news. And I know exactly what it is. It's the NQs. I mean, think about it. Suddenly you more than double the volume. And at this moment in time, if you look right over here, we've already got 101.33 million MNQs traded. Not even close on the NAS, or on the ES. What's going on with our volume? Remember, it was 161 something. Well, it's coming down to 135 now, and we're at 6.5 points. Average true range for a 1 minute candle in the MES. Remember the header. MES, 1 minute, full session. Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty volatile. And VIX is 2-week high, 19.3 today. Walter Bloomberg had a whole lot of stuff too. Let me get you up to speed there. Yeah, CBOE volatility index climbs to a 2-week high, 19.16. Trump to review oil sanctions on China. What else could be going on? Xi could meet 4 times in 2026. Well, they better hurry. Xi doesn't want war over Taiwan. This is all Trump stuff, right? This Walter Bloomberg thing, for any of you who are just hearing me babble about it, unfortunately I can't show it on the screen because I haven't figured out how. This is a Twitter guy named Walter Bloomberg at Delta One. And he is a Swiss fella that has a Bloomberg terminal. And he, through the day, on time, in advance, certainly ahead of investing.com and usually ahead of Financial Juice, he will post what pops on the Bloomberg terminal in all caps. And I'm just reading stuff back here, a couple hours that he's posted. I don't do any social media things. I had to struggle all over hell and gone to figure out how to get that. And I got it on one of my upper monitors, which is a third machine in here. I have 4 monitor rack in front of me. The lower 2 monitors are my main trade monitors, and one other one on the left, on the stand-up desk to the left, is on that same machine, and the upper 2 are on a machine by themselves. And there's another monitor around the corner on that other stand-up over there that's got my old workstation on it. So there's 3 machines in here and a bunch of keyboards and mice, and I'm confused. Well, now I need to think about this pretty long and hard here, because we rolled over 9 o'clock. I'm going to restart IRT, which should please Ned and the squad overnight at, what do you call it, Traders Lab, let's hope. Well, I thought I was going to, there we go. So now, what do? I really don't like all this aggregation going on. That's what all these brown lines mean, that they're aggregating data. That never happened until I put these back on. I used to have, the NQs and the ESs and crude and whatnot up here, but I don't know. I've got, a 10 gigabyte fiber optics, or 5, I guess it is, fiber optic, and this is a pretty powerful machine, and it can't keep up. I don't know how the hell. I don't know what you got to do to not have that problem. But it isn't a lot of fun, that's for freaking sure. So while this is rebooting, I can run through the hedge idea here quickly. I'm guessing. I can. So here's the way that the whole hedge story is based on a system that Anton figured out and shared here on the screen. Okay, and it goes like this. On MES, when this is not taken just random in the middle of any place, but when a trade setup, when a vetted setup signals itself, and let's pretend that I'm going to enter a short here, okay? There would be an entry, 5 micros. At a predetermined place, in which I'm currently using a 5. There's Ned pinging me. Hey, what happened? The levels are down. It's Jesus. Funny, huh? A predetermined 5-point stop. In other words, at the location where the stop would be, let's pretend that we got in at 35. So the stop would be at 40, right? 5 handles. You put another ad. So you would be, if that is reached, you would be in 10 micros long. I'm waiting for IRT to get up to speed now so everybody over there doesn't have a stroke. Okay. And then, let me get back to here and show you what's going on. Where did I go? Okay. So at that point, you enter a long on the mini, one lot at 40, at the same location as the stop on the micros. So at that point, you're 10 short micros and 1 mini long, you are delta neutral hedged at that point. You can do no worse in the trade if you just close them both out at the same time than that difference, which is 2.5 points, about $100, 125. And I made a tool for that, for all of this, which is right here. So let's pretend that we get in at whatever I said it was, 74.35. Let's pretend that we get in short and watch. This will change all these price relationships and everything. And let's say we get in here, we're going to do a short, and we're going to get in here at 70, whatever it was, 73.35. 73.35. All right. We got a 5-point entry. We got a 20-tick stop. We're going to have an ad. And there's our deal. Now we can look at this and we correlate that it's balanced. Okay. Average price is going to be 37.50. So here's our original position. Here's the ad. That will bring our average price to right here. And there's our long hedge. That's what this is all about. And then the finesse and the magic happens with how you deal with it, how you manage the trade after that point, if you want to try to maximize a direction, and you know, depending on which leg you close out first. So that's how the whole hedge story is working, and I fully intend to take one today, except we're not a little spooked here on the short and the bias and all this other noise that's going on. The sell-off seems to have kind of come to an abrupt halt, so I want to be real careful on this Friday. Let me get back over here and see if Ned and everybody's not having a stroke. They should be all okay. Okay. That should be right. Now let me see what he had to say. Where the hell would I find Ned? I guess Discord maybe. Figure out how to find that. So there's our that. Let me see what Ned has to say. I'm pretty sure I know, but overnight volume point of POC 74.50. So he's asking me a whole different question here. Overnight volume point of control 74.50. Oh, that wasn't Ed. That was Snuffle Platypus. I got the college symbols wrong, I guess. All right, so we're at 10 past 9. We're not really making any directional movements here. Let's try to get back over to figure out what's going on. Hey, Anton, what's up? My brother, hi. I hope your boy had a good swim-a-thon yesterday. That's great. Sure. I was just bemoaning the fact that since I'm capturing the data for the NASDAQs up here, that I've got all this aggregation going on and delays all the frickin' time in Bookmap. So I don't know how much longer I'll keep that one up, but that's irritating. But we'll see what happens here anyway. And I was all set to go for a hedge. We'll see. The problem is that it's a way big sell-off, as you have obviously seen, 100 points overnight, essentially. And we're not really ripping and snorting to the downside here. In fact, you know, duh, football, there's the mid. So we're smack in the mid. We're smack on the middle. I'm just looking at the data and going over the anticipation for the opening bar continuation trade is forming at the moment. That can't be right. This has got to be 60 minutes. They changed that from 30 to 60. Well, that's pretty weird. I didn't notice that one. There we go. So it's a short bias. What this is, just quickly, I'll show you. It's easier to just show this stuff on TradingView, I swear to God. This is the short bias indicator, which essentially means, are we going to close lower than we opened, or open, or close higher than we opened in the first 30 minutes? Well, that's the continuation bias. So that would mean short. Then it's starting to plot the initial balance levels here already. There's 25, 50, and 25 off the bottom. Meaning then that with this sell-off, this is the expected, the low is the expected. Trying to get all this done, so if I'm making a fool of myself, sorry about that. If this is the expected, here's the initial balance stats by Fridays. And if we go to rejections, which means that if the IB high is formed first, this is the probability that we'll take out the IB high, and this is the probability we take out the IB low. Other way around over here. And as we stand right now, that's the case. However, we're trading up here towards the IB high at this moment. So if they take out the IB high before 9:30, this whole thing flips on its head. And I'm probably going to stand back because this is, yesterday was clear as a bell and perfect. Of course, I didn't do anything. And I was all gung-ho because of overnight trading with the hedge thing. All set up and I'm all set and ready to go on both screens, etc. But now this is bringing the whole concept into question now as far as the bias, and it's a real low probability to take a bias and have the continuation and all that stuff happen under these circumstances. They've only, they got 15 minutes to take out a new IB high, which is completely understandable to me, based on the fact that, damn, I got more stuff open here. Based on the fact that here's yesterday, this is all night, and here we are down here. Well, they've got range gap and close gap. No responsive, 100-point sell-off overnight, and they're not taking any profit. It's an OpEx Friday, And it's Friday going into the weekend, obviously, and Captain Chaos and the crowd are coming back from China, you know. I wouldn't want to be short, I don't think, or in a position. So it doesn't surprise me at all. And we're getting a buying tail down here on the daily session. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they take out the IB high, which will flip the whole thing on its head, because then it will be the IB low put in first. I'm so confused. Well, God darn it. I did get one thing straightened out. I got that the VWAP thing to restart, and boy, it was a stupid mistake on my part. And thank goodness I just happened to notice somebody on TLab had posted it yesterday, telling somebody else how to set up their VWAP. And when I went to post my numbers, you know, the reports in the morning, I noticed that. I thought, wow, wait a minute. Sure as hell, that was what it was. If you guys or anybody in here is having a problem with it. Oh, okay. I thought it was yesterday. Or oh, okay, super. Well, yeah. How long a drive is it for you from Boca down? It's about an hour and a half, right? It used to be about 30-40 minutes from Fort Lauderdale, so I guess Boca's another 30. Just been a while since I did that, but yeah. Well, we're going to take out the IB high now, or push it further up, it looks like. If that's the case, that'll tip this whole statistic story on its head. Which is good to know. Inquiring minds want to know. This is the Globex VWAP we're banging on over here, and the open, mind you. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. I need popcorn. I'm going to get my drink. Well, did we do it? Yes, we did. There's that new IB high. So this whole hootenanny went upside down. Now I've got to fall back and figure out what to do next here. We got a big selling tail down, or buying tail down here. Notice that it's, oh, you're on the right one. Same deal as whatever that is. Wednesday, I guess. No, Tuesday. Same idea. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what's supposed to happen now on all of this data noise. Okay, so we have a new deal. It's not by rejection anymore. Now we're back to the normal initial balance range, which says that the low was put in first. The IB low was in first. The IB high has been being put in second, and it continues to go up, which would be logical. Close the range, close the gap, blah, blah, blah. I'm just thinking out loud, sorry. So here's Friday. We've got a 90.1% probability that we're going to take out the IB high if it is put in last. Now, the big difference is this continuation candle thing. Where'd that go? I thought it was over here. Where'd all it go? Oh, there we go. Now, remember that I have to check with them because on a couple of the things I noticed that this was 30 minutes on the continuation candle, but I got to see if they're using it 1 hour. And let's see what this in place thing's all about. Well, there we go. NQES. So we've got an outside day is 84% bearish reversal. Long bias, long bias, long bias, long bias. Whoop, whoop, dive, dive. Not a drill. Well, there you go. I don't know. I realize it's kind of stupid, but I'm trying to do this real time as I make these decisions and use these tools and share them. If you don't want me to do that, just say, hey, dummy, we want to watch Bookmap. And that's fine with me too. So the gap fill, gap down, gap fill 65% probability long. And I'm not sure how that's working. Let's look over here at this one, and then I'm gonna redo this whole hootenanny here. So we're gonna go to Friday. Yeah, I'm on the right one. Amazing. 90% probability we're going to take the IB high. Now, instead of the rejection, we're going to look at the retracement. Now, this is where those levels are going to come in for after the high is taken, then to entry. 60% at 25, 40% at 50, 20% at 75, which are those three levels. Because now, instead of the initial balance breakdown being the first one, it's going to be the initial balance breakout, apparently. Interesting, though, that it says the breakdown is 80% over here, huh? Oh, damn it. I don't know how to make this stupid thing remember. Got to be a way to save these. I got to actually listen to some of this stuff, I guess. And back to 90 days, I think. 3 months, I guess, is good enough. Let's see what happens at 1 month. Look at that at 1 month. Look what a change. No occurrences 1 month back. Wow. Okay. What I've been doing in my testing is to, yeah, me too. That's what I'm trying to leverage, right? And not spend all my freaking time trying to figure out how to code something in IRT, which is making me crazy. And it's a short trip, I might point out. Let's look at. Okay, I rebooted, so everybody's dancing over here now. Something's going on. Something else is. There we go. There we go. All right. So this is the basic this is based on the edge full IB strategies. This is actually coded. What will happen here, assuming that we get one, when the IB high or the IB low is broken. And in this case, you notice that the IB low was put in here and the IB high is still being formed. So it is being formed last. So it is then the most likely to be exceeded probability-wise. Once this is exceeded, there will be the breakout, and that means open below, close above. Then the retracement to the 25 level or the 50 level for the entry and the stop below. That's how it works. And that's how it's coded over here. And this is the usual beauty that'll happen this is the one that's been around since the first one I did, or was able to do. And this one, where'd the opening range go? There it is. This one here is, we'll start forming the zones at 9:30, and then they'll push across. But you see what's happening. Here we are. Here's the lows right up here. There's the previous low, ETH mid. Here we are. Okay. Back over here. Now, the IB is going to come into play in about 3 minutes. So, what would I expect? Well, I don't expect that they're going to put in a higher high. What I was doing with the hedge on these back testing is front running them based on the statistic. In other words, put the trade on long here in anticipation of the hedge and points north for the targets. But in a reasonable period of time, so that I didn't, imagine they were going to go make another low and change the whole dynamic. You see what I mean? And that worked out pretty sweet last night. I'll be completely honest, I am apprehensive to do that in this environment because I think this is profit taking and they're going to go south. I realize that's stupid to think, to argue with the data, but that's what I think. Now I could put the hedge on and maximum lose $127, but I don't want to do that if I don't have to. And I'm not sure what to think about that. I'll explain exactly what I'm thinking about, and it's best explained right here. Looking back in that data, what has the market been doing? And so, obviously the predominant or the highest probable breakout of the IB one way or another is up, because that's what the market has been in an uptrend. So that gives me pause to just blindly jump on that trade, which is probably going to make a liar out of me right now, Had I gotten down here at 50, I would already be, 7 points in the money. So never mind. Shut up. Okay. Just there we go with humans being trying to, monkey boys trying to outthink stuff here. So had I just shut up and put my trade on right here when I was talking about it, I'd be 7 points in the money. Right? 50-ish, 57-ish. So, and the IB high stat up there and lean on it. So there you go. And I didn't. God damn. Gosh darn. Just intelligent enough to be dangerous, I guess. It's frustrating. I don't know what to do now, to be honest. Given the euphoria that we've been having, it's highly likely it's just going to go ripping up out of here like it has every other day. But I missed my calling here at the 9:30. And now we're putting in a bar. So now I'll start thinking of a million other ways to talk myself out of this. Long liquidation. That's supposed to mean. Yeah, I know. I'm hearing that. I'm feeling that. And I feel bad about it because I should have put the trade on right here when I was talking about it, right? Breakout retest. And now we're, I would be more than enough millions of dollars into the money, and here we go for the IB. So my brain, my thought process now is this is a chase, and I don't do that. God damn, that's frustrating. Sorry about my French there, but it's just so irritating. I guess I better run through the roses here and make sure everything's set. So there's 5s, yep. The Hedge side of life is better be 1s. Okay. Yeah, well, You see that it would have worked out, or to this point, be working out just fine. He who hesitates is lost. Isn't that a saying from some loser somewhere? Wednesday's POC. I'm not sure if I know where that's at, but okay. And I'm pretty sure I don't. Hey, Panda. Yeah, you coming in here to give me crap because I didn't take a trade? You should. Yeah, you should. What's up? Man, what a dummy. Running dummy. This is, of course, because I had in my practicing in my methodology to front run the IB. If you're looking at the traditional idea of the initial balance trade, even by edgeful, nothing yet. After the IB is taken out, then you expect to pull back to the 25 for continuation. So, you know, but I tell you what, being 10 points in the money right now, I think sounds like a lot better deal, don't you? Oh, Panda, that's, yeah. What, baby? Give me the stare. You're giving me the stare. Yeah. Well, son of a gun. And that, I believe, is an A+ trade setup based on the hedge. I'm so excited to get that hedge working. And now that I'm getting some data, you know, on this, with both of these instruments, and well, now all four of them, I can do a lot. I can do some serious back test replays. Wednesday's POC. Oh wait, I can tell what it is. God. Yeah, Wednesday's POC is, yeah, right. So if I turn the naked POCs back on, there's Wednesday. And there's a POC. That's 7480 or something like that. And there's the micro composite, and here's today. So, yeah, there you go. Took me a minute to think of that, sorry. Yeah, very good test. Yeah, no question about it, and I'm the master of it. And I'm really making a concerted effort to absolutely quit that crap. That's why I should have just thrown this thing on instead of talking about it. Lean on the statistics, and that's that. Jack. That's a fact, Jack. But, hey, I'll go with plan B. If they take out the IB high and pull back here to the mid, then in the back of my mind, I'll be thinking, well, yeah, but it's just they pulled back a little to take profit. Now they're going to continue the selling. No, so I'll be pissing myself one way or the other anyhow. But got to do something, my friends. Got to do something. Well, yeah, obviously the beauties are when they don't, when you they just rip off in the right direction and you never trigger the hedge. I have been actually now, starting last night, I was focusing more on real locations. Previously, I was just slapping them on one after the other to get used to the execution and putting the trades on and managing out and whatever else, right? Well, that's pretty stupid, really. After a point, because I'm never going to trade that way. So, like last night, I started going, okay, based on the data, I'm going to, instead of just waiting for the IB and the pullback, I'm going to front run it. Because essentially the hedge is going to, like if you put the hedge on right here, if you put the trade on right here, hedge is going to be in the same spot. It's absolutely no different than taking out the IB and coming back to the pullback. So, makes sense to me. But yeah, that's what I have to do now, is it has to be based on a vetted or on a recognized setup. But I think I have the execution pretty well figured out. I still have to stop and make sure I'm clicking the limit in the right direction. Now it's easy once, it's easy over here, obviously, because you don't have to do limit. You just, if this is the long, then down here 5 points is the long, and then I jump over there and right click and limit. Oh, Mom, come here. Hey, I always tip with kisses. Come here. Getting in and out of here too quick on me. Yeah, I'm crazy. Why not? Half off the wall, and I learned it all in the Navy. The only thing that I'm thinking that, that I mentioned earlier about the statistics and the probability and all those things is the fact that those statistics are skewed based on the fact that we've been in an uptrend and, for 200 years or however many days it's been since clear back to whenever this was. Anna, don't just sit there and give me the stare, baby. Come on. You're killing me. Killing me here. March 27th is when this folder all started. Down here at the bottom. Oh, here, let's do this so you can see the whole thing. Look at that. Oh, come on, man. He can be so nice when it plays nice, but then it can be such a pain in the ass when it doesn't. So here we go. Notice that the info box, whenever I hover, so there we are, March 27th. To May 6th. Here we are today. So there has been, essentially, if you got long any place looking for the IB highs to go out, you're a winner, right? And I think that would skew, thinking out loud here, I think that would skew the data. Yeah, Panda. Okay, just a minute. What do you want? Well, ooh, look there now. Now you see how, now how smart am I for not front running the IB? Yeah, this is that rear view mirror deal. No, it's not. This is live, and everybody knows that. And what else is happening here? I'm on the wrong thing over here. There we go. So here we are at the overnight, at the POs. Now, why is this the POs? Oh, that's the overnight. Okay, hold on. Here we are down here. All right. So is this one of those days where we're not going to get the initial balance high, which is the preferred? Don't forget there's always the initial balance low. Frankly, I think we're gonna, I mean, if it wasn't for all this groovy data and stuff I've got living around here, I would have thought the initial balance low to start out with. The responsive selling to take some profit, and then Bob's your uncle. I don't know what somebody else is saying, but I'm at a loss. I don't know which way to go, frankly. I think at this point, what I will do is defer to whichever way the IB gets taken out and use the original IB setup rather than the front run. See how quickly I was able to change my the logic there and make it sound right? I'm getting good at this internet guru stuff. Maybe. I'd rather get good at trading and not be good at rationalization. Now would be a spot to, I guess, put on a short and hedge that. I don't know. I don't have any data about that, so I'm not gonna. Anton, yesterday we were talking about Bogart and that Andy guy trading CFDs, and you were questioning when or why they do that, if they can trade futures. Coincidentally, like 3 or something this morning, when I told you that sometimes I wake up and just plug that'll be going, and it'll be that Euro session. And ironically, that question, somebody asked that question, and the answer, not Hogart, but Andy was doing it today because Hogart's gone somewhere. He's going to be gone for a week or whatever. And the answer was, it's margin. If you trade with those other accounts, you get like 20 or 30% margin, and if you trade with Trade Nation in particular, which is the one they do, which is the CFT thing, they get 400, like what we do on futures, for example. So I have no idea if any of that's true, but I thought it was interesting that came up right after we had talked about it yesterday. Personally, like I said yesterday, that whole if it's really like a bucket shop and it's just there's no exchange, that's just FX all over again for me. I wouldn't be remotely interested in that. Yeah, I've got 43.75, but yeah, that's about right. I was listening to Andre, or Edgeful guy, and they've taken this part of their system to the next level, which is really, you can get a complete back test with all of the data, just like I pull off IRT with, you know, but much more granular. Do it by hours of the day. All the typical stuff, all the typical parameters, consecutive winners and losers, and you know, cash traded and maximum adverse and favorable excursion and all that kind of stuff that I am able to get with the backtest engine from IRT, but without any of the programming. Just optimize it up for the strategy, plug in the numbers for your strategy, and they even have functionality for multi-targets. So that's part of the algo thing that they have, which is the next thing, and it's expensive. I won't be doing it anytime quick. But boy, it looks, I mean, if I could certainly get away from IRT and all this code crap, I would be happy to do that. Think about it, all the hours I put in. Yeah, anyway. Well, I'm dying to do a hedge thing here, but no triggers for me. Let's see if the bar's open yet. Let's check. No, the bar's not even open. Well, okay. The old bar gal is not awake yet, I guess. The queen of the silver dollar. There's an old country song for you. Bar glass is her scepter and a bar stool is her throne. She's the queen of the silver dollar. She rules the smoky kingdom. I don't know who, I forget who did that. Well, we're still inside. We have no signals. Nobody left on third. I'm not pushing anything. I was thinking of the pre-run or the what do you call it? Front run, and I would still be just in the hedge and no problems, of course, but much better to not be at this point. Here we are coming up to your number here. That is kind of looking like a buy the dips and sell the rips, isn't it? Where'd the damn open go? Where'd Blue Boy go? There he is. As a precautionary tale, I've got a shorts on them already, okay. Here we go. Antonio, on the idea about this edgeful stuff, if you've got any specific things, like take all those different reports and stuff they have, if you specifically want to look for something and try to figure it out, I'm real happy to try to do that here on the stream, because we're both learning at the same time, you know. I don't know whether you have edgeful or not, but if you don't, that's cool. I'm happy to do that. Don't hesitate, or anybody for that matter, but Richard or Anton. But I know you mentioned something about it was interesting to see that data. So, and remember now, speaking of that data, where the hell are we? Let's see what's going on over here. Well, here's the 30-second candle, and that's wrong. There's the IB, and we didn't take it out, and here we are down here. Let's look at the next deal over here. which is standard by weekday. So by Friday, there's a 0% probability, looking back 90 days, that we close inside. In other words, we do not take one IB or the other in on a Friday. %91 single break day. So, yeah. And here we are, smack in the middle. Stuck in the middle again. Got fools to the left of us, fools to the right. Here we are, stuck in the middle again. I forget who did that. They can't get it through the mid, can they? Yeah, exactly. It's well, I try to just go at it from the point of view that we do here on the stream. You know, what's the thing? Well, the IB seems like pretty much the first one, and what qualifies the IB for a long or short bias wise, and so I don't know anything. There's all kinds of videos on YouTube about it where they go through stuff. So if you check that out and come up with something you want to see in real time and play with whatever, absolutely happy to do that. Well, here's that mid short, my brother. I don't know what to think. This is exactly, by definition, the middle. And that's what that mid means. So, you know, flip a coin. Under this configuration, the IB high is the one that would be most probable. However, as I was looking at there, you know, we've been in an uptrend since Christ was a carpenter. So I would guess that the IB would be the one that would have something to do with it, right? But if you just look at the price action right here, if you get rid of all this stupid aggregations going on over here, look at Blue Boy in the open. It's been pretty much sell the rips since they put in the IB, which was not the statistic, but set the IB at the high. These buyers are having a hard time choking on the big sell-off, aren't they? Or the sellers don't have any horsepower or whatever. It seems. And we're in a, you know, we opened outside range or outside bar, whatever they call it. There's a stat for that over there too. And all, excuse me, in the gap. As a matter of fact, let me see what that is, if I can figure that one out. sidebar. This is an outside day one. And we're in a bearish outside day reversal, 87%. What does that mean exactly? No, we opened outside and we're going to go back, I guess. And I'm choking on something here. Hold on. And this is one I've never looked at, so let's figure this out together maybe. This is what's in play tag for this particular thing. If you did the what's in play over here, this is, you know, that would be one of these outside day ES right there. I guess. Now I screwed myself up. Now to get back there. Outside day. And this is another thing that's pretty handy for me. There you go, graphics. So bearish continuation down, bullish day, reversal down. So this would be the wrong way. I don't know, none of this makes sense. Yeah, this would be the one. A reversal back up to close the gap. Bearish day, reversal up. Okay. Bearish reversal up. 13 days, 87%. Oh, that's the one that's right up here. Well, isn't that cute? You see, it figured it out all by its little self. Bias long, and the target is 84.79. Where is that? Isn't that cute? The target's up here just above the IB. I suppose it's 79.75 is probably, what is that, the low or something? 79.75. Yeah, the previous low. That closes the outside day. Well, isn't that cute? Let's see about Friday though. Aha, when we're not on the MES. I've got to see how to, I know how to make the reports remember stuff, but this thing here doesn't seem to want to do that. I don't know exactly why. Guess I got to remember the template. Save the template, I guess. So let's look at this by weekday. There you go. Bearish outside day by Friday is 67% reversal back up, 33% didn't reverse. And if it were upside, look at there, 100% didn't reverse. Is that right? I guess so. No, this is bearish outside day, never mind. Only 67% of the time does that happen on the Friday. I want to do one other thing here while I'm just monkeying around. Where'd that candle thing go? Opening candle continuation. This has always been 30 minutes, I thought, but remember that it was customized. Was 1 hour a minute ago, and I was surprised about that. Let's see what that does. Now, hey Panda, how are you? What are you giving me the stare for now again? Huh? And wiggling the ear, pointing at the snack bowl? Oh, okay. The difference is you've got to, this is going to be 30 minutes because that's the way the indicator was set up. So if I'm going to change that, I think now I have to do this. I'm a real donut with this stuff, so bear with me. Opening candle time frame 9:30 to 10:30. That's an hour. That is an hour. So that's the Okay. I guess it's the open. Yeah, there it is. It's the open and the 1 hour close. So that is right, I guess. Never mind. I thought I knew something, but I didn't. Now let's get back to the market. Put me making a fool of myself on hold here. So what have we got going on now? Just through the, well, the bar girl hasn't shown up yet, so we're gonna have to fire her gank ass. There we are in the middle. That's pretty much, we know that already. Means nothing going on over here. Yeah, Panda, okay, I know, I got it. Well, good call on that into the lower distribution idea before the short. Saw some pictures on somewhere the news about that dog and pony show to China, and man, they brought a load of people over there. The U.S. did, and some of the pictures were pretty. They had a few pictures of Musk. He was acting, bored and raising his eyebrows and making funny faces when people would want to take a picture of him and stuff like that. It was pretty interesting. But Hong or whatever his name from NVIDIA, and Cook from Apple, and I guess the CEO from Boeing, who I don't know, and every dog and pony show wannabe suck up from the administration, Miller and a chick, and all of those guys were there. Besant, and I don't think Vance was, because I don't think they should go out of the country together. I think that's some rule about it. I don't know. And yeah, I don't know what they got accomplished, but everybody seemed to be, smiling. So there you go. That had to be pretty cheap. And of course, Z agreed to everything Trump wanted to do. I'll never guess who posted that. But quite a fanfare. Quite a fanfare.
There was a couple of things that were pretty surprising to me, but not really, given the given what we know about the economy and whatnot. But let me see if I can find it. Here's one. Here's a pretty interesting one. Trump, maybe we found out who's doing all these late night trades 10 minutes before announcements. Donald Trump traded hundreds of millions in U.S. securities, including Nvidia and Apple, in 2026. Donald Trump himself, based on transaction records. And this is ground news, so this is not crap. And you can see who the sources are and what the what the coverage is. And you can, if you go to the thing, it'll tell you what each one of the sources are that's putting that forward. And then, of course, Humpty Dumpty over here is all excited that they're going to build the Trump Arch, I guess, to rival the Arc de Triomphe. And I guess, I don't know. And apparently there's a real cluster going on with the reflecting pool. But this was pretty interesting to me. Not a surprise, but, pretty interesting. I think the thing that surprises me the most about all this is not the fact that they're doing it, he and they are doing it, but without any shame or guilt, or maybe that's not the thing for the president to be doing when he's the one that's coming out with announcements that's making this crap rock up and down. I mean, I can promise you one thing. If I did that, they'd have me locked up quicker than a cat can lick his butt with his tongue out and his tail up, I mean, that would not even be funny. It just amazes me completely. And here we go now. What are we doing? The further this grinds along here and the more they keep this up, the less likely I am to be doing anything. Unfortunately. It's pretty much in a trading range, right? Bar open yet? No. Well, okay. Now, pretty quick, we're going to be running up on the L. Brooks special here. Let's check where that is. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know why this, again, I apologize for this numbering. This is supposed to say 20. It's supposed to be the 20th 5-minute bar. I don't know why it's suddenly, when I upgraded to this beta version of IRT so I could do something else, this suddenly changed. But anyway, per Al Brooks price action, 8, 19, 19, 20, 18. At actually the 18th 5-minute candle, or more higher probability for about 90%. This is about 93%. At this point, you have the IB high, the high or low of the day is in place. And if we stay below the two of them, there's a high probability it's just going to be a range day. They're just going to, it's just going to be in a trading range. That has nothing to do with this, the initial balance thing with the breakout and the pullback. There you go. Little useless tidbit there. Yep. Well, I was pretty encouraged and excited about the hedge trade today, but not so much so that I was goofy about it. And what a pleasure I didn't try to take it in anticipation of front running the IB, huh? I wouldn't be in any problem or have any loss, but I would still be sitting in the hedge with the maximum loss if the goes till the day quits of $127, because that's what it works out to on the with the world famous, wherever it went, the world famous tool here. This beauty here. Because essentially what you have is the difference of 137, which 2.5 points on a 10 lap or 1 micro or 1 mini or 10 micro. So that's it. And again, this concept is attributed to and with the gracious sharing from Anton, which I really appreciate. Hmm. Well, we've traded for 2 hours, and we are exactly back where back where we started. There's an OpEx today, option expiration today. I'm pretty sure, isn't there? I think it's isn't this the Friday? I don't know if there's any giant strikes or giant expirations coming up. I don't think it's any one of the witching guys, but somebody said something about that somewhere. Well, now we've got both POCs up there. And kind of a short, flat. It is pretty amazing that they haven't gotten up to that IB high or, points north, kind of. But I'll dust off my rearview mirror here and make sure I'm ready. I'm sure somebody knew what was going to happen here. And we are having, technically, higher lows, higher highs. And there's some sort of a Well, that doesn't apply, I guess. Now, one thing about the open here, let me just look. I know it works for settlement. It's typically settlement, but settlement's way above us. I was thinking of something else. Never mind. Never mind. Let's see what else we can do here real quick like a money. Well, greed is backing off. That's crypto, never mind. How can, I mean, that's like military intelligence. If that's not an oxymoron, I never saw one. Greed is backing off in crypto. What else is there? What else is there in crypto? Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, it's not one of the witching ones. It's not the tripler. There's no such thing as a quad witching in America anymore because they got rid of. Oh, well, I guess there will be again when they have the single stock options. I guess then there will be a possibility for quad witching again. But right now, I believe it's only triple. And you know, you guys already know that I'm my options knowledge is a little bit more than my quantum chemistry. What's happening with volume? Well, it's consistently or steadily dropping. Remember, we were $1.69 right around the open. It's down to about a little over 100% now, which is still a lot, and the ATR has dropped down to 375. We were up here at 6.7s there for a while. This is likely to turn out a sit on your hands deal. I'm getting real tired of it. I've got this patience crap all nailed down. I don't need to learn any more of that. Which I guess patience is a euphemism for paralysis by analysis or something, or just fear, I guess. Coming up to 11 o'clock. They better hurry. They're losing my attention span here pretty quick. What's Walter have to say? Let's check. 30-year yield climbs 20 basis points to 586. The highest. This is UK 30-year. This is the highest since 1998. That's a long time ago. I wish I could figure out how to get this down here on that machine and be able to show you that, but I guess maybe this weekend I can figure it out. The China Commerce Minister met with the Visa CEO. and the Qualcomm CEO. NVIDIA shares dropped 3.6% at the open, biggest drop since, ouch, April 30th. Damn it. You guys can all do it yourself. It's free, right? It's well, there we go. Down we come some more. Whatever that means. We're getting into that next distribution though. Look at there. Let's see here if I can get ready to do this. Get ready to rumble. The problem is that this probabilities have switched around. We're supposed to be looking for the high. It might be high and not the low. And that's kind of weird. Yeah, you too. Have a great one. Everybody, Antonio. This is actually an ABC reversal. The old thinking is it's or 1, 2, 3 is A, B, C, and then if it comes past the center one up here, that's confirmation of the reversal. I have no idea. That's just something I remember. I certainly have no data to back that up. And one of the key elements is that the low is higher than this low. So it is essentially a higher lows, higher highs idea, I think. I'm not saying that's what that is, but that's the first thing I thought about when I looked at it. U.S. 10-year yields raised 10 basis points to 4.58. Bill Ackman, they sold Google and bought Microsoft. Ooh, there you go. There's your short. I hope you're on it. Oil prices rise $3 a barrel on fears of renewed U.S.-Iran combat. UAE categorically rejects Iran's allegations and attempts to justify Iranian attacks on the targeted UAE during BRICS meeting statement. This is all the Walter Bloomberg feed. Well, this is not working out price action wise like I was thinking, but anyway. How's that doing now? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, that's a price check at aisle 3, isn't it? Look at there. Too high, too low. No, I did not. Did you short when we retested low volume node from the bottom? Here? Are you talking about there when we came back up to the mid? No, I didn't. I didn't short at all. I'm taking a trade here. I was thinking that was a reversal ABC thing. So yeah, I'm just sitting here like a bump on a log, and there we are past 10 handles. And I got I'm all set up with all my stuff over here. I got all my screens ready to rock. But this is stupid. I gotta just get over the idea that I'm, I don't know, just start taking them. Guess I haven't quite absorbed the fact that the hedge is a hedge. You know, I'm still thinking about the stop story, I guess. But this is working out nicely. I'm assuming you did short there at about 44s and are on the way down. Good for you. Good. That is great. And of course, I knew to short over here when we put in this IB high and just didn't take it. You know, I knew that for sure. And I'm sure there are people that did that, but I was just making a joke about always being able to rearview mirror this stuff. But I bet there's probably Furs over at the TLab. He probably took that short because I think he's pretty that way, radical about that stuff. But I do think he trades them, so he might BS a little bit, but I think he does trade quite a bit. Well, there's the 25%. What that means is it's actually 75% from the IB high, 25, 50, 25. It's in other words, it's 25 off the IB low. I did it that way so I could just use those 25% things. It would be less confusing for the entries. Geez, 11 o'clock already. Holy crap. 12 o'clock your time. About 1600 over there for you, isn't it, Richard? If you're still around, I don't know. I don't know what it is, what the time change is to Portugal. Not much conviction there, but sell-off. That's actually a good time zone to be in. I don't know if I told you guys this, but I love trading when we were in Kuala Lumpur. All my daily stuff was done. The family was in bed. The markets opened at 21:30. It was great. But I think UK and that time zone is perfect because you can trade any markets and you're not goofy late or goofy early anywhere. So that's I think, pretty perfect. I meant what I meant was that the RTH session opened when I was in Kuala Lumpur was at 21:30. I traded the whole session. It got a little tired, you know, but yeah, I didn't then. So, here we are, all dressed up and no place to go. They filled that low volume area in, didn't they? And I guess you could say that what they're doing today is repairing all of this tomfoolery here, all these singles and stuff that got left behind on that big rip 'em and rape 'em day before yesterday. Pretty much. Anyway, definitely filling all this up. Didn't be that midday hocus pocus. I don't know what's going on with these guys. Looks like this Cathy boys are all taking a dump. Lefty seems like he's getting to making some he's made a few good trades, so he's feeling pretty good about himself. That's good. A lot of other people getting clobbered over there. Rob's making statement posts like "Step away, take a deep breath, wait for the next setup." So, the one I'm going to read that, you can know what the rest of the stream is like, or the chat or whatever. What's going on here? I don't know that. So there we go. Man. I think it's about time for me to step away and go rest my eyes a bit. A little nourishment here. I'm running on out of standing here since 5, so I'm on 6 hours. I gotta stop doing that. There's no need for it. It's not. That's a pretty long pre-market. And what I do is look over the charts and the pre-market and look at that edgeful stuff and, basically spin my tires and just I'm standing here expending energy. Okay. I was short biased and excited, and that was pleasing me immensely until I started looking at until the IB probability flipped around, and that's kind of it was kind of a bit confusing. Right now, we should be taking out the higher probability is the IB high still. So. based on the statistics. But as I was saying earlier, I'm not sure. I guess probably the thing to do would be to take the statistics with a grain of salt, or take them back further so that you get out of this damn thing, this ridiculous uptrend. It's just, which I don't think, whether it makes sense or not, that's what the market did, that's what the market did. So what are the probabilities going to be? I would just say, by looking at it, and I may be wrong, I would say by looking at these that the probabilities of the IB high being the one taken out all the time would be have a much higher probability than the low. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense either, but that's just me thinking out loud. So let's see here. What's this one here? This is I don't want that one. I want the opening range. Initial balance, okay. By weekday, okay. Let's go back let's go back a long way. 3 years. Go back, this data goes back 5 years, by the way. Well, there's still a 71% probability that we're going to get the high, but there is a 1.3 that it won't break either one. 26 that it's the low on Friday. MES going back 3 years compared to going back 3 months. 90% probability that we take the high. So I think that's indicative of the range that, of that uptrend we've been in. Look at there, 100%. If you look at just the uptrend for 1 month, it's 100% probability. So that, I think, tells the tale. And I am no PhD in statistics here, so, if you are, speak up. Well, I don't know. But I'm not sure which one to do, because the chart thing is a discretionary read, whereas the data is the data. And if I want to be really systematic about it, there's the system right there, back tested, no trade yet. Same way with here, back tested, no trade yet. So those are lining up. I'm going to have to stick with it. I think if I'm going to be systematic, I got to stick with it. And there's nothing I'd like better than to be able to pull out a couple of nice trades a day, not having to worry about all the statistics and data crap. I'm sure you're aware, but somebody made a point the other day. If you average $400 a day, which is what, maybe one trade, $100,000 a year in a normal trading year. So even half that, well, you're still better than a sharp stick in the eye. I think I'll step away at the bottom of the hour here. And I know you're going to be heading out at 2, so you're at 12, heading for 12:30 your time now, right? So 45 minutes or so. Congratulations and best of luck to your son on the meet. I wish I was going swimming in South Florida right now. That'd be pretty cool. I really enjoyed South Florida. I enjoyed living there when I did. Whenever I would come back from the States, kind of from somewhere, the Caribbean or Africa or somewhere else, I would always, Miami was usually always my port of entry because I knew the ground and I, knew some people, but I also knew the ground and things I like, sailing and diving, and shoot down the Keys or whatever. But I guess it's gotten pretty, in those days it wasn't so politically polarized. Matter of fact, we never even heard about this stuff. There was never a conversation about it. So, maybe it was there at a level I don't know. Maybe I was just, ignorantly bliss. They say ignorance is bliss, right? Yeah, absolutely. Had a lot of good time, a lot of fun on the water and on the land, Monty trainers, and I lived in the Grove. I had a townhouse in Coconut Grove. It was a lot of great stuff. But that's years ago, man. A long time. More than 20 years, I guess. So it was a whole different environment, and I suppose it's different now. Flip over to Joe's Stone Crabs in the months there, and pig out. Also, Fort Lauderdale had a lot of fun. We lived I had a sailboat. We lived off one of the isles off of Los Olas there, Hendricks Isle, in Isle of Venice, actually. So you were one bridge to the intercoastal, or one bridge to Port Everglade for sailing, and yeah, and then we had a lot of fun. We lived on the boat in Miami too for a while at Coconut Grove, a Dinner Key, and you would just, of course, sail right out to the Biscayne Bay. Well, we're having a funnel or a megaphone or a wedge or a wedgie or whatever. We're getting something here. Some sort of a prize action thing. I heard another, this Andy guy, I was listening to that. I was pretty much awake, I guess, at 3:30 or 4 this morning. And somebody was asking him about, besides the why do you trade CDF or CFDs, and do you use volume profile or, any of this kind of stuff? He says, no, I don't. He said, I'm a momentum trader, and so is Tom. And that's why all these trades are breakout trades. They're, the opening range breakout, and all of that, the school run, the espresso, all of those things are momentum trades, period. They don't trade any reversals or any of that stuff. And he said, that's what I trade, and that's what I relate to. And I trade it, and his charts are completely naked except for the bars, 5 minutes or 15 or whatever he's looking at. And he said, that's just how I do it. Not interested in changing or whatever. So there you go. Million different approaches. $1 million. And as you know, and Tom, and anybody, Richard, whoever else is here knows, has been here a while. I mean, I don't care what it is. You know, if I could consistently pull a good trade out of the market every day by throwing a bag of crap at the wall, I'd be buying bags of crap. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what it is. And I think we're probably all that way. It comes right down to it. I don't have any fanciful, ideals of being a purist or any of that crap. I want it to work. And I do have I do definitely lean towards simple, and I think the simpler the better. This looks kind of busy right now to me, and I don't have near all the, well, I tell you, I saw the other day all the stuff you can turn on in Bookmap, and I could not see price to save my life. But good for them. They make trading it and making money with it. That's fine. I liked point and figure charts a lot. I thought that made a lot of sense. But you got to have a lot deeper pockets there, and but it's a real interesting charting method, and it's a trading methodology in the charting system visualization of it. But yeah, and it's absolutely rule based. So the only place I know of that actually provides real point and figure charts for the markets today is called Data One, I think, or something. I could look at my email. It's from UK actually, but it's expensive, and I'm not going to do that. The point and figure charts on IRT or whatever are no good because. Or almost any of these other platforms, because the whole theory of the point and figure chart is the box size has got to be absolutely square, and if they're not, well, that's the whole thing is off, and that's what it uses with the reversal bar and the box and all that stuff. I forget all the rules now. There are not a lot of them, but and the whole thing was developed by Charles Dow. He'd do it by hand from the newspaper back in the 1900s, 20s, I guess. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do, and keep it simple and stick to these rules. Like, I'm really crazy about that Hedge thing. What I need to do, obviously, and you've said it a zillion times, and you're absolutely correct, is the real place where you can get hung up is exiting the wrong leg at the wrong time, because then all of a sudden it can be just going against you exponentially. But yeah, other than that, the whole theory about it makes real good sense. And last night I was just doing it like I meant business. And worked great. Worked great. And not cheating either, not like starting over and watching the market and going back and forth and picking a couple of days back when I don't remember what the hell happened. But I did start trading it from the point of view of a vetted trade. In other words, like the IB trade, not just throwing on entries in the middle of outer space, because that's important, I'm sure. Well, another few minutes here, and I'm gonna hit the shower and eye medicine and what after that. Maybe hit the bar. Let's check. Nope, nothing. That's pretty interesting. Never had that happen. Never had an entire day go this far without one. I haven't changed any of the parameters here, but it should be, this is really loose, you know. Before when I was trying this, I was on 3 bars and 16 ticks. This is 20, so that means that there is no consolidation of any kind that is within 20 ticks. And, you know, 5 bars, but you can have it less than that if you want to, but so far today, that's pretty amazing. And this is this is the 50% right, that is smack dab in the middle. The IB. Again, sock up. Yeah. Well, we're coming back to the 25%, and wouldn't surprise me at all if they took the IB high, you know, over the noon hour like they usually do, something tomfoolery like that. Well, there you go. They finally aligned again. And I'm not sure. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll probably dust off out of here, and I may not be back around the desk when you get ready to leave. But great talking to you through the week. Have a swell weekend, and best of luck to your son. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll, you know what I'll be doing all weekend. I think I'll step away also while Anton's gone, and then this is just poison. This is the kind of market that suckers in so many people. I refer to this typically as retail soup, because you can imagine all the boys and girls that just can't stand clicking, can't resist clicking the mouse. Retail soup, it's like a big blender. They're just chopping them up, in my opinion. Get this wound over here so we can see what Blue Boy's up to. That sneaky devil. There he is. These frickin' brown lines I don't like. I don't think I can turn them off either, unfortunately. Aggregation, that's a sign that it's aggregating data. But there's Blue Boy, so that's the first print of the day, and here we are. And there's the open right there. So we're essentially right where we started. Right there. IB high's not far above us. They could go up there and poke it out. I'm going to step away here and I'll come back before I'll come back and forth to the desk, but I won't be spending a lot of time talking about it. Okay, well, we're building higher here, huh? So, yeah. That's great. Yeah, congratulations. It's, yeah. I own Bookmap. You know, I bought it some time ago, so it's like Jigsaw. If I got rid of something else, I would still have this thing sitting around. So that, but IRT is never for sale. It's always a subscription. And if it weren't for the session prices being pushed to everybody, number one, and for the ability to, it's the only place I have. I looked at Quant Connect and all kinds of, Python bullshit and stuff and all of that to back test. And none of them worked right or were within my wheelhouse as far as skills. This one I can do without a question. So now if that Edgeville thing comes to pass with backtesting ability and the reporting is fantastic. It has all the same kind of reporting here, like this. You know, it's got all the number of trades and how far back and all of this data, full, favorable excursion, adverse excursion, profit, cash used, all that stuff. I don't know about this part over here because I haven't looked into it, but I know that they have more in-depth trade analysis where you can see, hours of the day, how many winning trades did you have during the certain hours of the day, obviously consecutive winners and losers. And I don't know, but I suppose they must have it someplace in there. They've got the individual trades as is this. There's the trade, there's the minutes that it was in, there's the short, there are the exits, there's the price, there's everything you want to know about it. So if I found something that had that capability that I didn't have to be able to do this for, well, that would be a real pleasure. And then I'd have to figure out what to do about the people that rely on the session prices, but that's why I'm kind of still tied to IRT. More the back testing and the system, the vetting of the systems, and second of all, the session price story. And I use the session prices too. I mean, all this stuff that's pushed over here on the Bookmap comes from IRT, all of it. This is all IRT. These are all IRT. This is from IRT. These levels and the lines to trade off of and the heat map all push from IRT. So there's that. Anyhow, 12 o'clock, so it's 1 o'clock your time. You're going to dust pretty quick, I'm assuming. Again, great weekend and best of luck. I'm going to go out and go for a little walk and be back here to have a look at what's going on. But as the more of this day turns out, I would suppose they're going to take a run at one of the IBs, probably over the lunch hour. That's my thinking. And I could be completely wrong. But that IB high is getting closer and closer. So we'll see. So I'm going to step away again and Yeah. I think I mentioned this once before too. Once upon a time, I got funded or whatever. I think it was with Top Step. Just trading on Tradevate. Trading the NASDAQ with Tradevate. Nothing else. Had volume profile. It had the bar charts. You know, it had Rinkos. Rinkos with wicks, if I remember right, which I like. Boom. And it was an app, you know. It was you could, anywhere you logged on from any computer, you were off and running. Worked fine. So there's always that. Well, and there you have it. The IB high fulfills the statistic at the over the noon hour, just when I expected those cheating devils will do it. Yeah, I sure did, Anton. Great weekend. Safe drive. Now, according to the statistics, if we pull back to the 5 to the 25, that would signal the long. Don't have a short over here. I mean, don't have a long over here from the original one, and would have a stop on the IBIC. Let me just check. That's what I'm thinking. It's just standing here. So there's the breakout, which is the correct signal. There would be the trigger. There's the A. There's the B, as I said, and then it got short and made it to T1, and that's the end of that. All right. Well, boy, it's bright. All right. If you're not familiar with all of these setups, first of all, these are the vetted setups which I've built. I use these to back test and to vet to determine if they have a positive edge or not. And this is just a chart that visualizes what's going on over here when I send this data to the chart in the live market. Now, any trade that is taken over here by these systems are in the simulated environment of IRT, so not being traded on my accounts because I'm not confident enough in my ability to code actually to do that. This is one of the initial Edgeful based on the data for my system here, for this one. And yeah, so no trade there. And that's where this is my front runner at the moment. Andre was referring to, or Anton was referring to the fact that based on the data, the probability was for the IB high. And I trade data and vetted trades. Yeah. The trading system that we've been working on here is to hedge these. So in lieu of a stop, I put on a hedge, and then that locks in the loss but I'm still in the trade for any potential upside. So here's going to be the gap close right up here. There's the previous low. Now this would be the range gap close, not the session gap close. Or I mean, the typical gap is close to open. This is range low. There's the range high. And the range low was way down here at the open. Right there. That's for the record, obviously. For the stream and for the recording. I just forgot to do it this morning. That's the open. So shoot me. Well, I wish I'd have rolled in about 20 minutes earlier and I would have been. Now, neither one of these would be the vetted trade that I'm leaning on most heavily. Which is, as I described before, right here, exactly by this trading system. And I can backtest this and we can go through that later. Anybody wants to? But you can go back in the stream and at about, I don't know, 9 o'clock this morning, or before that actually, we pulled together the statistics and the data, and there's a overwhelming probability that we would take out the IB high. Guess what we did? happened with the music here? What'd I do? We're on the wrong stuff? No, it's still going. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, bummer. Sorry about that. What's Walter have to say here, Mr. Bloomberg? Nothing since the last Treasury update. Okay. Man. Oh boy. Now this would be setting up an old-fashioned trade that we used to use from the TLab and static, whatever, just called an IB continuation, where you trade up through the wrong mouse, sorry. Trade up through the IB, back down, touch, and then if you go off in the same direction, I mean, it's not, it doesn't fit any of my exact strategy rules, nor is it a vetted trade, but I can promise you there's going to be people watching to take that in static or TLab or probably other places too, but and there were some that took right here as an IB failure and then found out the hard way that wasn't right. So what do we have now? Well, we have the 12-to-1 trade on the books. Oh, what am I doing? I'm in the right place to type here. And what is the 12-to-1 stat? Well, that says it's an old, I'm not sure where it comes from. Market profile, maybe, but anyway, its first requirement is the market must be out of balance, which it essentially is. That's not a very balanced profile. It's much more elongated than, well, it's close, but, and it simply says that the high or low put in between 12 and 1, which is right here, is exceeded. Oh, it's already been satisfied. Sorry, is exceeded at some point in the balance of the trading session, and there it already has been. So that's over with already. Never mind. I'm just getting up to speed with my eyes here. Got that doji thing going on again. This is looking pretty, looks like these sellers have some conviction here. Sure why, but what's up with that? I don't know why that is, but I don't think I would be going long here. That now we are within a stone's throw of this 25%, which will signal an entry in that original system, but we didn't get there. We stopped at the IB. Globex, IB, the VWAP. The Globex, but nonetheless. So that trade is right here. There's the breakout. Once this candle touches here, that'll be the trigger. Or gets below here, that'll be the trigger. Or one of them does. Whether I would take that blindly or not, I'm not sure at this point in the game. Not that I have any, may not have any. I may not have any choice in the matter. Seven-second lag. So this one is lagging out again. so irritating. And that's why you see this going on, because I'm looking over here at Bookmap and I'm thinking, why is this up here? Well, it's because there's a 7-second lag on IRT, on the IRT. So it's now gone away. That VWAP got right in the way, huh? Bummer. Welcome to the stream, by the way, if you're new. Like and subscribe. That's the feedback that we get and, or, you know, can give to YouTube and contribute to the chat, that's for sure. No, that sucks, doesn't it? This trade, now, I guess we have time. This trade strategy right here is based on data. And that data is right here. So this is the MES. 1 month might be a little, let's go 3 months. This is the MES. This is the initial balance breakout. Single break long, which we've already accomplished in the long. And there's a 90% probability that we will take that single breakout today. Shoot, that is really irritating me. But anyway, I'm going to keep going. The entry story that I'm talking about is right here. So there's a 60% probability when we break out long that the 25% level will be hit. There's a 40% probability, the 50%, and then 20% for the level 3. Now, so when you've taken the breakout and it pulls back to level 1, that's an ideal entry with your stop below level 2, or even more secure if you want to, under level 3. And that those levels are right here. Where'd it go? These levels, 25, 50, 25 off the bottom. So what I was looking for, and this is exactly how this is coded. There's the breakout. That's the first signal. The second signal of the trigger would be if this one had touched right here or gone through, or this one. That would have triggered the long to go back up through the IB high and points north, which in this case today will probably be close the gap. And we missed it by, what is that? Well, 3 ticks. And because it stopped short of the 25% at that VWAP, or VWAP, at the Globex VWAP, instead of coming to this line and triggering the signal. Now we're back to the original target, so that would be case closed, and that's, I might point out, is 10 handles. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? It doesn't count in this strategy, so it didn't reach the rule, and therefore I'm not in the trade. If it goes back up there and comes back down again, what would I do? I'd have to think about that pretty long and hard. How many times does it get to run up and down there before they've run out of gas, you know? What I have done in my testing, and would have done had I been here, when we came through here and started this move, I would have entered the trade based on the statistic of 90% or better that we're going to take this IB high. in anticipation of it, in other words. Now I'm sort of behind the devil in the deep blue sea over here. But hey, I have no problem with that. I trade vetted trades based on data, not discrimination, gunslinging, gambling, whipping, spurring, any of that stuff. I believe that is the secret to long-term or longevity in the business. And my focus here is to have a trading business, consistently profitable trading business based on data. I'm going to be pretty hard-pressed what to do here, because this touch of the IB and back down again typically would be an IB failure in the old world. Now the trade technique that I'm using is the hedge. So an entry would be at, let's pick a level, let's say 56 is the entry. I don't know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to stop and be real honest with everybody. I don't like the fact that they got down there and tagged that and then weren't able to get one tick further through the IB. That signals to me there's an old, I don't know, traderism, or maybe it's actually based in fact, that moves outside of the initial balance are generally initiated or maintained by the higher time frame, because they're the ones with the deep enough pockets to initiate that kind of price action. Whereas, you know, the retail can't. So did they let it get out here to take a bunch of stops? And then what happens right here? That I don't like that, frankly. So let's see what they're going to do if they come down here to the POC, or just what it is. And why that POC hasn't migrated up there, I don't know. That's not a good thing. Why this POC is here and it's not an IRT, I do not know. What this is telling me is lower highs and lower lows. The system here will enter right under here with a stop right there. But I'm going to not replicate that. Well, I guess I could have been close. It still didn't signal the trade, but now they've come down and just touched the 56. But they bounced up, and here they come back again. So I'm kind of worried that they're gonna take it lower, that's as far as they got. They figured that was close enough to closing the range for them, and there you go. What I was going to say about the trade, what the entry mechanics are, let's pretend it's the entry's at 56. Here we go. Now we don't have a lag. You know, there's the trigger, okay. So there's the trigger. So this has triggered a trade, and it's gone long right there. Now, I'm not going to replicate that because I don't like this price action down here to the POC and all this stuff. That doesn't make me comfortable. And that's exactly why right there. I'm selling. This is Delta. There's a lot of pressure going on here, and this is all sell Delta all the way through here. We get below this 50 handle down here, and that's not very encouraging for any kind of upside. And to be honest with you, I think the market is so overlong and needs to be shaken out. So it's kind of going against my common sense to be trying a long around here somewhere. Not that I did, but that's just my thinking. What I was going to say was, pretend now we're down here to 45s and we got a long on. That trade, that first entry would be a 5 micro contract, and then I would immediately put another 5 order at 40, and over here, I would initiate a sell order on the mini of 1 contract at 40. So, assuming that it comes down and hits the second buy order, that would be a total of 10 contracts long and 10 micros long and 1 mini short, which is a 0 hedge, a direct hedge. And the way that works, if you want to see my little tool that I've got here. Okay, where did we pretend we were? 45s, okay? So let's say 74.45, 74.45. And we are long, not short. So 5 contracts, add of 5, 1 mini. This is the risk, and the average price is here. That's the stop location. So there is the entry first. There's the second. There's the add, and there's the hedge. This is at the time this puts on. This is the average price. So the maximum risk, always, forever, is here to here. For 10 contract, for 1 mini, which is 10 micros. And that's 2.5 points, is about $120. No matter where price goes, up or down, if you didn't touch anything, that's the maximum amount of risk you could ever be exposed to. Quite a great idea, I believe. And Anton's the one that worked it out and was trading it and brought it to the stream here, and I'm really grateful. I'm very, very grateful. Look at this mess we got going on here now. Up and down and all around, and what happened? What was that all about? So there's the long at the 50, or right close to it, right here. Because the way this trade works is it's coded to enter at the close of, or the low of this bar. And now we'll see how the trade works out over here. And I'm not in it, so I didn't replicate this trade over here. That would have been taking a long down here at 45, pretty much right where we were just messing around, and then seeing where we go from there. Right now we'd be in nearly 10 points in the money. But this is kind of looking like sell the rip, isn't it? Lower highs, lower lows, and under the mid. I don't know. It's so spooky as far as I'm concerned. But we can see. Well, I'm not showing you the right stuff over here. There you go. So there's the play. There's the IB when it broke. Now there's a difference. Let me explain. Because the way when you code this kind of thing in IRT, it is absolutely specific. The computer makes no discretion. So the rule of the breakout specifically says open below and close above, not open below and high above, which just be a wick. So that's why this is not a B. That's why this is the signal. And then there's the trigger and Bob's your uncle. And see if this works out at all over here. I don't believe that it's got a lot of hope, but maybe. Where are we? We're at 138, 1338 Central. If you kind of look at it, there's day before yesterday. Look at this long spread out profile with lots of singles laying around in it. And what have we done today? We pretty much repaired that entire profile. So at the end, if you combine these two, it would kind of go like this. It would kind of be a normal profile. They say that that's what the market does. Basically because the market was down here, traded up through here with no stops, basically. I mean, no real volume, and then put in some trade here. So they had all of this area down here that needed to have business done. I'm not sure if that's just, magical floor talk or if that's really the truth, but it's amazing how often it works out visually. And I hope I had you on the right window. Over here is what I'm talking about. And it's working out pretty swell over here so far. Now we've got a V reversal. We've got higher lows and higher highs. Oh. Wow. I'm not sure just how to say that, but I think it's funny. Now you can't start getting magical and tricky with this hedge idea and, scaling out and scaling in, or at least I don't. I haven't worked out the details around that, because you've got, the reason that it's a hedge is there's 10 micros and 1 mini, and that's the ratio. If you took off 5 micros, for example, you'd be over hedged. You'd be losing money. So I don't think that's a good idea. Every time I think about that Venezuela story, I smile. I have to smile. Oh, there's not as many as I thought. Thought there would be more. There's about 29 million people on the census living in Venezuela, so that would only be 29 million new folks, essentially immigrants to America, because they would basically be immigrants. They would be all legal because they'd be in the same state. They would be in a state, so yeah, cool. Good for them. I saw the whatever her name is, the president, acting president, or whatever she is, of whatever her title is of Venezuela. Had an interview with someone about that, his comment, and I'm not sure what she had to say. I would be surprised if they would think that was a good idea. As I said earlier, the Venezuelan people that I know are really proud of being Venezuelans. As a matter of fact, most of them that I know that have worked here for years on green cards and own homes and raising their kids and everything else have never opted for citizenship, American citizenship, because they were very proud of being Venezuelan, and I suppose always had a desire to go back. Don't know that, but I just assumed it. This trade could come down to the close and swing trade here as far as the system goes. I'm not in one, nor am I going to be, but Pretty funny day when you look at it. This is the complete session. You can't see it because of the blue bar, you know, I mean, because of this POC transiting down through here and all these stupid aggregation lines, but this blue boy here is the first print of the session. It's just a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. If you don't believe me. There's the overnight. Here's the current one. You know. So, oh, come on. There we have it. This is the first print. There's the open. And up and down we go. A little retail soup. Everybody in the blender. Thanks for coming out. And here we are. Remember that the open is right here. So this day has been essentially, it hasn't closed yet, of course, but it's been pretty much just a big exercise in speculation without any real statement about the value of the S&P. Still on the trade over here, still plugging along. Hasn't had any drawdown, so whether it's going to get anywhere or not, that's another question. At 14:30, it will close out whether it's hit a target or a stop, because there's the end of day rules here. Whoops. End of day rules that I have on all of these strategies. I can't believe the bar. Ah, there we go. Now we got some kids in the bar. That's pretty amazing. Kind of bizarre, because this wasn't the case when we were looking and talking about this at 11 o'clock, right? That's amazing. This is a test I'm working on, indicator stuff I've figured out to identify the breakout and retest, which is the bar trades, quite successfully done discretionarily by some guys in Static. But I try to have things worked out so that I can actually vet them and have a properly determined statistical edge or not, as I can do here. Yeah. Oh, we got through the VWAP. Uh-oh. We're going to the moon, Alice. What's going on here? This doesn't look right. This doesn't look good. Here's our profile for the day. Becoming more and more a proper profile, more and more Gaussian distribution. This is the market profile, TPO's time price opportunity, and this is the volume profile for this same market profile. Well, it looks like it's going to break up here. This is an option expiration also, third Friday, so Is it the third one? So it's yeah, that could have a bearing on what we're seeing as well. That's the kind of behavior I associate with this nonsense here. Manipulation and what's the volume up to? Well, we're staying over 100%. We were 161 when we opened. This is percent average volume looking back over 20 trading sessions at this time of day. And this is the average true range for a 1 minute candle at this time of day. And here's our profile, right? Taper at both ends. POC right smack dab in the middle. And there's the mid and there's the POC. Bing, bang, boom. Pretty close, huh? Oop. Sorry about that. Hit the microphone. Well, we are in the official power hour. 14:01 Central Standard Time. 1 hour till the world famous cash close and the end of another week of risk neutral trading. I start the stream every trading day morning at 8 o'clock until 1500. And The data comes live at 1700 on Sunday evening, continuously through Friday at 1600 when the market closes. And if anybody can use these session prices, it would help, or they would appreciate that. I share them openly and freely, no problem at all. Just leave me a message in the chat, and I'll be happy to hook you up with a link. A lot of people use them in a couple of other rooms, TLab and Static, for example. So happy to do that. No problem. Free, of course. Like everything here. Always. And here we come back down to the entry. We're getting close now. The entry is over here, but, you know, if this amounts to anything, I'll be amazed. And now, this is, if say the entry was around 45.5, 15 points, you know, that's not bad. It would have been a kind of a knuckle biter for me because slow market and lack of conviction into the close. That's all adding up to stuff I don't like very well. But I am really hold on. Really encouraged and excited about this risk hedging. I'm not too excited about this sneeze-a-thon I'm having right now, but you know, what can you do? This was the IBEF, I call it, based on Edgeful data. See if I can scroll back without ruining everybody's party over here. There you go. So here's the open. Now these lines are, explain those another time. This is a full session chart. It goes 24 hours, and this is the weekly volume profile. Now, so there's Asia, then there's New York, and then there's Asia, then there's London, and then there's the New York session. So here's the New York session start. The beginning of the initial balance. We thought it was going to be the IB low first. No, so, excuse me. Thought it was going to be the IB high in place first. This would have been second, which has a very high probability of being the most likely initial balance level to be taken out or, exceeded until this happened. Then the whole shoe changed, and this became the most likely. And we traded along, and there is the breakout and the signal marker. And here you see the high of the New York session continue on, and the IB lines are down here. And then this is the signal marker for the trigger at the low, and there you go. And that's based all on edgeful data system, which is just looking. It's just a application that's been well put together to find statistics based on markets, and it's essentially what we do here. What I do here. If I set up the back test and I say I want this system to run over 100 days or 500 days or whatever it is, and I want it to be in the RTH session or the full session, and I want it to be so much, you know, whichever instrument, et cetera, and then run the back test, that's what'll happen. And the nice part that I'm noticing about the Edgeful Tech app now is that so much easier, so many different reports, so much easier to do what if things and variations that take me forever to code them. So that's where I'm at. That's that. And here we are heading back down for the, now when this price reaches here, oh no, it will not. I was going to say it will close, but it will not because it did not achieve T1. So it would go clear to here, which is T2, which is the 50%, and that's the stop. The original. I wonder if I'm talking to myself here. It looks like I might be. I won't bother with the long dissertation about backtesting in that case. Getting a weekend or start early, that's a good idea. Oh, here we go. Here's our entry. Boom, bitty boom. Let's see something. I want to see what's going on here. Yeah, this is going to be a stop out because it's going to stop at 50%, which is right there. That's how the stop has been set. And the T1 is 50% above the IB high, and then T2 is above that. The idea is you're trading for the breakout, right? You're trading for the continuation. So expect that when price comes through here, it'll be a stop. Almost a scratch because our entry was so close here at the low. Nonetheless, a stop. With no profit in the meantime. You can watch that over here. Well, there you go. Let's just watch it happen on the system itself. Assuming that it will. And here we go. Bang. Well, bang on bookmap bang anyway. 2-second lag on IRT, so you know. Echo bang. Bang echo. I don't know why. It's so frustrating. Now when that bar closes, it will be the flags. And if you want to see how all of that, here is the level, right? There's the 4,400. Now, there's the 4,400, and let's look at the low of this bar. 4375. So this doesn't look like it, but this bar actually got one tick below this level. So that's very definitely a stop. Now, it's visually over there. When that bar closes, there'll be a red dot there, and that'll be the end of then it'll show the minus whatever ticks over here. That's it. And that's one of those kind that, you know, now obviously I'm not in the trade, so there's no emotions involved. But when that kind of, talk about stop to the tick and then turn around. Well, there you go. But you see what happened. If you want to look at the statistics now, there's the breakout. Pull back to the between 25. I have it to be between 25 and 50 is the trigger. The statistic is, we'll look it up, and then we'll look at the probability that price will revisit the 50. Let's look at that right now. There's a 60% probability it'll revisit the 25, which it has done a couple of times. And there's a 40% probability it'll revisit the 50%, which it has just done once. 50-50. If you wanted your stop super safe, you could have it down at the 75, but I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And there you have it. That bar is finished, and there is the trade. 5 ticks. So there you go. A little teeny bit. You see a little teeny bit of drawdown right there? Cute little guy, huh? There it is. And we are at quarter past the hour on 1400. I think everybody's ducked out except for me. So that's great. It's a beautiful, it's probably hotter. Oh yeah, it's hotter than stink. It's 8:31 over here, which is about 90 something. Can't wait. My afternoon walk schedule has gone shooting out the window. I got to figure out what to do. I do get up early, but I kind of, my mode is kind of, you know, coffee and tea and review the markets for overnight and get set up for the stream and all that. I may have to start going out and trying to get an hour's walk in the morning early when it's still cool enough to do so. 90 here is pretty hot for me. And it's still hot late at night. I mean, when I go out to do the yard, get the yard ready for change the hoses around and put the garbage and all that stuff, it's 8:39 and it's still hotter than a little bit. Now, if I entered this trade with the hedge, which I have no idea how to set up for back testing, I don't know. That's over that's above my pay grade, because it'd have to enter trades on two separate instruments, which, okay, why bother? I mean, I don't want to bother to learn how to do that. Let's put it that way. If you were still in the hedge here, you could wait for 2:30 and it would just, close everything out, or close and get rid of both of them. Unfortunately, there's no bookmap button that I've been able to find that just closes and cancels everything for all instruments. I think that should be available, actually. I'm surprised that that's not the case, but it apparently isn't. So they have to be closed and canceled on both the MES and the ES to wipe out the hedge. But the worst thing that could possibly happen is a $127 stop. So now, and the key to that, as I said before, is being able to the key is the trade management of which leg to take off when. And that's stuff I'll be working on this weekend for the back testing, the testing. So I'll do the market wrap up at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll have the market on close and balance at 1450 as every day. And then we will wrap up the stream at the top of the hour, 1500, the cash close. Oh boy, it's a weekend. It's a Friday, TGIF. You little monkey. That's about one balanced profile, huh? Retail soup. Repeat after me. Retail soup. The blender extraordinaire. The blender extender. Didn't close the gap. Didn't close the range. Got close, but didn't. And here we are. So this is going to end right down here. Just do diddly bouncing around the top of the POC, I guess. That's our low is the overnight POC. Now, I will not extend this volume profile because this didn't overlap anybody. This is a gap down and a gap out, so there's not overlapping. I don't know, it may not be right, but I'm consistent. I figure if I do everything the same way, that I know that makes it simpler for me, and I suppose it would others as well. Well, we're going to get a closing swing trade, you figure? I don't know. I think they're just so excited to be grinding up everybody. And the net change is going to be a handful of handles. No real statement about the sell-off. Actually. They may run out the bottom again, you never know. Who knows at this point? Who actually knows? Oh, look here. Down we go, slipping lower, lower, lower. And there we have it. We have just rounded the final curve for the home stretch. Kind of a day, actually, isn't it? What am I doing now? I was going to do something. I don't remember. Oh, yes. So, yeah. It's Blender Sports Day for sure. Retail soup. There's the first print. There's the opening print. Right there. And here we are. Choppy, 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 choppy. We did get the IV stat out. That's okay. And here we are. So they're just grinding them up, and I'm sure they're pleased about it. The Renko charting, there's yesterday, here's today. We got within spitting distance of the closing the range, but certainly not even remotely the gap. Same story here. Did close the range. The NQ did close the range. There's the previous low, RTH, so they closed the range by a few handles and turned around and went the other way. In other words, they were not accepted in range. So the market didn't accept value. They didn't accept that, how should I say this? If you believe in the fair value theory and all of that, the market believes that the fair value for the S&P is lower than yesterday. This is IRT, my charting package, basic charting. Here you have the micros. This is the minis, same configuration. And the market profile for just the minis. I don't switch them back and forth. As we talked about earlier, look at this mess day before yesterday. Singles here and a string of singles and a little, spike and a basically thin, whimsical session. And then what have we done today? Well, we gapped down here and we have traded right out the middle of this. What Jim Dalton would refer to as they've repaired this profile. They had work to do and they repaired it. If you combine these profiles, this pretty much does repair this entire profile. So who knows whether that's the truth or not, what the logic behind that, whether it's just visual, I don't know. There you have it. We are down across the board still. We've traded about 1.5 million contracts on both. As usual, the NQ is way higher volume than the NQ, the MNQ. 3 times, 4 times. 600,000, 2.65 million, 4 times the volume on the micro. That's amazing to me. I didn't realize it was that high and that different. Yeah, so we've had the bars. The bar's been open now. The trade that was triggered and taken by the system was right here. This is a IBEF trade based on the EF data. The breakout, the trigger, little profitability, didn't get up here to our targets at all, and there was a stop as planned. No trade taken whatsoever on the, oh, look at this over here. I didn't even see that. I forgot about that. Whoa, where did you go? This little guy taken right here on the conventional. What is going on? Well, that's irritating. See if this works. Yeah, it's supposed to work anyway. So there's the A, there's the B, there's the trigger. This one did take T1, and when T1 is achieved, the way this is set up over here, this the stop trails to entry. So that's why it's exited right there, which is fine. Yeah, so let's look at that. We'll likely close lower. They may run them down even further. Here we are right now. There's yesterday's phenomenon. Why is that doing that? So let's look at the, we don't need to worry about the hedge anymore. So here we have my news source, investing.com. These were the reports for the day, essentially nothing. Let's look at next week. Well, what do we have? Monday, we've got nothing for America. That's always surprises me. Tuesday, we got a talking Fed and pending home sales, also light. Wednesday, we'll have EIA, which is always the Cushing crude inventory, and Barr speaks, and FOMC minutes. That's a 3-star. And CPI. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's another one where they that's European. I'm sorry. Looking in America here. There we go. And Thursday, what have we got? Philly Fed, jobless claims, S&P Global, manufacturing and services. And Friday, quiet day. Now, next week is a big one for earnings because it will be a NVIDIA on Wednesday, and that'll be the final Mag 7. I'm pretty sure I'm not lying to you, but let's look. This is investing.com, by the way, which just deals with traditional economic numbers and values. None of this, no, I'm going to sign some warrant or some orders or any of that kind of stuff that is non-traditional. That is picked up by Financial Juice, which is great, and I appreciate that, but I like to have them separated as best I can. Well, let's get down to Home Depot, Builders, Wednesday, NVIDIA after the close. There we go. So that's the earnings for next week. Financial Juice, this is the other news source. This is what I was talking about with all of these, well, there's the news call on the 22nd. I don't know why that's that way, but here we go with the 15th today. There was our production stuff. And there's no non-traditional reporting out today or me, because those guys are flying back from China, so they're all in one pan. Got them all in one box. I wonder if they all flew in the same plane. Boy, I tell you, if they did, and that sucker went down, wouldn't that be something? I'll bet they didn't. I bet they flew in multiple other planes. Just guessing. But anyway, I digress. And over on this side is a Squawk Box. And let me also point out that both of these news sources are free. Both of them can be filtered for wherever you are. And the reason I keep them free, well, I don't have to pay, number one. Number two, they're available for anybody that comes, that's using the stream. So I think that's important. And over here is where we're going to have the market on closing balance at 1450. Let's see what's going on with this. Trump traded hundreds of millions in U.S. securities, including NVIDIA and Apple, in 2026 himself. I'm not sure that that could possibly be legal, but I'm not a legal guy, so that's pretty surprising to me. This is ground news, which is, I recommend, is about the only fair, non-biased, non-spin spin related, and you can also see who's covering it. And if you go to the new, I don't care anything about Harvey Weinstein, if you go to the article, it'll show you each one of the contributors for the article, and what service they're from, what their leaning is, how many, are they left, right, center, whatever. Only thing I can find that does that, so that I try to get some sort of news that's not spun all over the place, which is just crazy. He looks like the kind of guy to be making racist comments, doesn't he? Jesus. Okay. So there we are. Let's wait for that 1450 market on close and balance. I hope you had a good day. It was kind of a non-event for me. I did not take any trades because there were none signaled. You saw the one that was live and personal, but I was not in the... I made the decision not to go along with that because of this right here. There was the first down to the tap, which didn't make it. Then we traded right back up to the IB, didn't surpass it by a tick. Back through it again. So I was not at all comfortable that this was a proper entry based on, even though it was statistically driven. The statistics say that the IB, now you got to think about the statistics. They're not in sequence, right? The IB is a statistical fact. High, 90%. After the IB is taken, statistical fact, we pull back to here. There's no way to measure that data that I'm aware of that says, well, then it's going to go back the other way. I don't know a way to pull a probability that says if we take the IB and we come back, we pull back to 25%, then there's an X% probability that it will return to the IB or exceed it. I don't think there's a statistic about that. I'm sorry, wrong window. So, there you go. For the purpose of the stream, and we're going to get the market on close and balance here in 7 minutes. There you go. So we're going to put in a new low. Okay. Who knows? Who knew? Ridiculous. Man, and I'm on mute. I think I probably were doing all that talking on mute, so who cares? Have a great weekend, and I am out the door. Remember, take care of yourself. You need to be fit, hydrated, rest your eyes, take a break, balance your life, and be back here at 8 o'clock Monday morning. Have a good one.